That's right.
On homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marbut is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that
19,
was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta, and then in '92 the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston, and we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that. For the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbut say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID, homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, we're relatively, as maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that, but the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard, and that's one way. Obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbot, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my
5 minutes?
my liberal friends,
Oh, gosh,
they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that that media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
and
okay. I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you, I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it, eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work, because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
We're back live again. Thanks for your patience. We had yeah, we had our little demons showing up in our tech, but we think we got it figured out. At least we're seeing it, so hopefully you're seeing this as well live. I just want to we're gonna go back in a little bit here and replay a couple of the interviews from earlier. They're pretty powerful. Right now it's pretty quiet. Everybody's out here tucked out in blankets, which is cool. But again, it's Pocatello, so we don't expect a lot of traffic. I do have a couple of homeless folks around the corner. We're going to pop some videos up here, and I'm going to go talk to them real quick, see if they're willing to come on camera. But I want to encourage you, just first of all, thanks for being up with us at this hour, if you're up with us. We are still just blessed to have the $50,000 match that we're looking to raise. We're almost finished raising the $25,000 match, I believe. I've been getting some texts about we're going to give this much, we're going to give that much, and that's been helpful. So I don't know what the actual dollar is. Plus, I haven't been able to check our online stuff. So if you don't mind, I'll do that real quick while I'm talking to everybody. The other thing that is, here we go. Let's do that. I can't multitask apparently this hour of night. The other thing is I have another question I want to share with you from one of our earlier Facebook comments that came in, and then nothing there yet. We'll wrap up to the next video piece. In the morning we have some guests that are scheduled. I think the first one's either at 6 or 6:30 in the morning, 7:30, 8:30. 9:30. I think all those slots are there. We've got some people coming. Someone dealing with mental health that is an expert here in our community, and also that is a good advocate for us statewide. So he's got legislators' ears. Is in Boise often to communicate with them, and is going to be a big resource for us, especially going forward in this community. So. Where did it go? Somebody asked, you seem to care about the subject of homelessness. Okay. How can or will you provide resources, money, or time to change the homeless problem in Pocatello? Well, that's why we're doing this. The building behind me is Valley Mission's new home. And we're looking to raise $300,000, which we're on our way to doing that during this event, which is exciting. That will open up the food pantry, which will be right behind us. That's phase one. When that moves over to here, that frees up the family room at First Baptist Church, so we could potentially do our warming shelter, which we've done in the past. And we've got a huge need for that this year. The shelter in town, the church in town that was going to do the shelter, is not going to be able to do it. It was sold. They're doing some remodeling. That makes sense. So that's phase one. Phase two, of course, is our 18-plus bed emergency shelter. We could have the capacity to go up to 30 if we needed to by utilizing cots in our new dining area. That'll also be housing for Valley Mission offices and staff, all that good stuff. That's phase two. That's all on the main floor. That's about $360,000 roughly. That could be a little bit less as we continue to see some blessings come our way. The third phase is all of the upstairs, which is above here, all the way through the building. That's our 16-bed, 6-month transformational living program, where a lot of the folks we've talked to today, whether directly or indirectly, will be involved or know people who will be involved in trying to go through that program. We tell people all the time that 6-month program is not a cakewalk. There will be people that will start the program. They may not finish it because they have to have the desire to change the habits and the things they've learned to learn a new way of living. One of our guests today said it took me 3 months of structured planning to get my meds figured out. So if you're on the streets, if you're dealing with addiction, if you're coming out of abuse, you have to rethink and retrain your brain on how to live differently. So that 6-month program is really going to be a catalyst for change in our community. That's what we're doing to try to make a difference here. Additionally, upstairs, there is office space in the conference room. We have 5 offices. that are rentable for nonprofits to come and do services here. Because we would love to see the residents in the program literally walk down the hall for their next meeting, for the next counseling, for their coaching, for their mental health, for their spiritual development, whichever phase they're working on. We want to make that part of this. I was sharing with someone earlier that when someone comes into the program, they're coming either from the women's prison, they're coming as a feeder from Made for Friends, they might be coming from Bannock County Jail, they might be coming from off the streets. There's a lot of different places they can come from, they will come from. That first 6 to 8 weeks they're here, we're trying not to get them a job yet, because that gives us focus time 24/7 to help reshape and redevelop and knock the rough edges off so they can begin to learn and begin to be really begin to believe in themselves. One of the things we learned from working with some folks at the prison, there's some gals up there that don't feel they have any worth or value. They're treated as property, piece of meat. They're treated as they're just a distraction. They are a burden. I can't share some of the other words people have shared, the ladies have shared. So their sense of self-worth is at the bottom. So to build that back up in a short window is challenging, but we're going to work on that with some really great resources here in our community, so that we're looking forward to that piece as well. So the money we're raising right now today will help us move closer to that $300,000 goal. I think I've shared this a couple times already, but we're going to keep doing it because it's important. We have a generous anonymous donor in town that's given a $50,000 match. We're closing in on the $25,000 match and getting all those funds raised, which is exciting. The $2,000 match has been done. One of our donors that's watching and just kind of keeping an eye on this said, for every conversation you have on the bench, I want to give $1,000 up to 10. So that's $10,000 that we could eventually get by the time this is done on top of that. She also said if we get all of those 10, she'll add more to that. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And we're doing this for her son Garrett, who is on the streets, is struggling with homelessness. And so we're honoring him in that regard as well. So all that to say, we've raised over $100,000 already. That is totally a God thing. There's clapping going off on the side. I love that. That's exactly what it is. This is God. I was sharing this with a guy today that we walked through the building. It's God being God. And God reminding us that it's His timing, not mine. Pastor Mike and I have that little conversation a lot. I have this, and He's in reality, and I'm like, then here's God just kind of doing His thing. So we hope you'll hang with us, and if nothing else, check in with us in the morning. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully one of us will be awake. Mike's over here bundled up in his blankie and trying to catch a Z, and I'm talking. So we're going to go ahead and just maybe show you some videos from some of our conversations earlier today. And then you may come back on if you're up at 2 or 3 in the morning and what's going on the stream. I will probably be asleep on the bench unless somebody comes in off the street. So thanks for believing in us, and thanks for giving us a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really small. Maybe we'll shrink that one.
That's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Wow. All right. When that's done, we'll jump on. Yeah. Grab my hat. Grab my hat. still recording?
Yeah, just walk carefully. Rocks and stuff.
Watch out for that funky dirt. All right. Hop on up. Tell us your name again. Thanks for sitting down and having a conversation.
Yeah.
So, what's your experience with some of the homeless stuff?
So once, I was homeless more than once, but the last time I was homeless was, I was homeless for like 2 years. And I think I was a little bit delusional about my problem, and so I would make ways to make it good. And so I started like preaching somewhat and loving the people, and that got me through it.
Nice.
Yeah, but there was a lot of people he was saying that are on drugs. I knew a lot of those people. I smoked weed, and once in a while I would drink. But it would be, there's nothing else to do, and this is my situation, you come to the reality of it, and you just want to numb that. There's a lot of people that need help, and people don't want to help the homeless or the ones that are using, so they just feel left out.
You know, it's interesting you brought that up. Boy, that's really hot all of a sudden. Did I hit a button? Sorry, I might be picking up. What's that? It's my sound guy playing with sound stuff. Just ignore him. There is a perception in our community that you're homeless because you choose to be. How far off base is that?
Very far off base. No one, I didn't, I would say no one chooses it.
Right. So what do you think some of the causes that people are in? You said you knew a lot of folks on the streets for maybe 2 years. Did people just, did they lose their jobs? Did they lose family? Was it a combination?
Combination, people have great loss and a lot of hurting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'll say about that.
You lose a job, you lose your income. You lose your income, you haven't got a way to get around town. If you haven't got a way to get around town, you can't get to your place. Can't afford your place.
Exactly.
So it's a trickle-down effect. And by the time you're done, it's funny, it's not funny, it's sad. In Bannock County, Pocatello, the last Alice report came out and said that there's 31% of our population is living just above poverty.
Right.
Literally, they make just enough to not get any resources at all. So one paycheck away, and they could be living in their car.
Right, exactly.
Did you find people living in the car too when you were out and about?
I also lived in a car, my car got stolen. So, and what they give you, they give me SSI, which is not enough for the housing, even at SSI.
Right.
And even the ones that are according to your income, there's waiting lists that are 2 years or longer, so you're on the street.
Yeah.
There's not enough places to hold these people, and I believe that these people need to be loved on. They've broken a lot of bridges, they're down to being homeless, they need some love.
Yeah, hope and joy seem to be distant sometimes.
Right.
On the streets. That's true. That's a good guess there. So let me just ask you this, because I can't answer this question. Is it more challenging and more difficult to be on the streets as a man versus being a woman?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, but as a woman, it's not easy.
I would say that everyone's been pretty nice that I ran into. I think it's harder for a man. People say just go to work, and I've always thought that when I see a man that's homeless, they don't want anything to do with them. But a woman, they see homeless, they're more prone to help.
Interesting. That's true. They seem to gather a little more cash on the corners, so to speak, right?
Right, holding up signs and yeah.
So if I had the opportunity to make major change in our city, in this area, what would you like to see us do? What do you think we need to do a better job of to help those that are struggling on the streets?
Education.
Okay.
Education about homelessness and education on what your problem is, whether it's drugs, alcohol, you lost someone, you lost your job, so you could even know yourself, like how did this happen? You know what I mean? Get them back to a place of that. Get them back to remembering themselves, because you kind of lose yourself.
Yeah. Well, you live in a bubble on the streets, don't you?
Right.
And it's a very tight, protected bubble. Wow. Is there anything else you think that we can communicate to people? We're going to have people walking up and down the street today and tonight that are that are homeless. We've got people that live right around the corner here in our alcove here at Valley Mission. What kind of words of hope and encouragement can we give to them, do you think?
Use your voice. You still got it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. And tomorrow being National Homeless Day, we should be really out there kind of getting people to go, hey, let me tell you. That's kind of why we're doing this now.
Right.
So that we can get some awareness in our community, in our county, in our city, our state. This is going nationwide. And man, if we just change the conversation, we might be able to help people.
Right.
I really appreciate what you said too, because a lot of times we think the solution is housing.
Right.
Well, they tried that in several cities. They put these places up, they put people in housing, and they, to Trent's point, destroy the places because what they know is the streets. They don't know the four walls. That felt like a prison. But what works is the education piece with housing, with supportive services, with wraparound services, with accountability, with encouragement. You know, wouldn't it be great to go through this and go, you're doing a great job, keep it up, keep it up. You failed? Okay, we all failed. Let's pick our feet up and go forward.
Right.
That's what we're hoping to do here. When we get our facility open, it'll be that 24/7 care. It won't be easy, not by any means. We're not putting together a program that's just come in and check a box. You're going to have to work hard.
Right.
Because we, like you said, we believe in people, value people. Trent said the same thing. There's good in everybody. We just have to help them rediscover them.
Right.
And you sound like you've done that. Are you pretty safe and secure now? Or?
Yes, I live at Bella Nicole.
Nice.
And learned that I had some disabilities that I wasn't aware of. But I kept finding myself in mental health hospitals, and sometimes I just needed a place to live.
Yeah.
And sometimes I was serious because I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
So they wrapped their arms around me and they said, we work as a family here. And they said, I think you'll be a good fit. As soon as they said they worked as a family and they gave me a hug, that's all I needed. And they were true to their word.
Oh, wow. Another big shout out to Bella and Nicole. Did you guys plan this? This is awesome. But they are an amazing company. If you haven't heard of Bella and Nicole here in Pocatello, the services they provide are just top shelf, and they genuinely care about people. A lot of times companies and agencies around town, we call them clients, or we call them guests here, but I like the word that we use is family.
Right.
You know, when we put people in here and get this facility going, they're going to be residents because they're part of our home.
Right.
We want to carry that same thing forward. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, I think that it's important that they know that there's going to be a road ahead of them. They're not just going to get in here and go get a job. They might need mental health awareness, and I'm talking to them about that, but that they got a long road, and that you guys are willing to stick with them through it all.
Yeah. I missed something you said earlier too, and I really appreciate that. You discovered once you started connecting with it, that you had some mental issues you needed to work on. And I think a lot of times in our community, here especially, we flip that around. We assume everybody on the streets has mental problems. And that's not the case. Matter of fact, the things that folks we've encountered throughout town, they are sharp, they're intelligent, they're organized, but they're also, their mental clarity is damaged because of the trauma that you've gone through. So I appreciate that. I'm kind of hoping we can get that narrative to switch here very soon. That's what we're hoping to do this. So. Thank you for your time. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. You have a good day.
You too.
I want to let people know that there are some really interesting and backwards thinking opinions about what is going on here. So we've got to change that narrative. We've got to change that. We've got to just start talking about it, folks. I want to keep reminding you that $2,000 match is out there. I think I haven't checked right now, but I know we have some money coming in. We may have already achieved that, but I'll double check after Mike gets done. Or you're going to visit with Rick, or you're going to visit with Rick.
He brought you your blanket.
He brought me my blanket. I'm going to keep going. You good? Okay. Come on up, Rick.
You said you needed to say more, so there you go.
I did. We're going to need it. This is Rick Cheatham. one of our city council members here and a big supporter of Valley Mission. I told him last night at our dinner, I said, I might need a blanket. So I got my blanket. You lost the blanket. Yeah, lost me?
Yeah.
We're having a fun day today with our stream. It's not live yet. It's acting up.
Please stand by.
That's exactly right. That's kind of what it feels like. 1, 2, 1, 2.
There you go.
Back into it.
Yeah.
Back into it. Well, brother, thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Glad that you swung by and just kind of said, hey. And what do you think we need to do about look at this homeless issue going on in our community here?
Homeless issues exist all across our country. I am surprised that the homeless issue is as serious as it is in northern tier states. In the summer months, this is a beautiful place to camp out or live on a park bench. But come the 1st of November until the end of March, this is a tough place to be outside when you have no place to go to stay warm and get a hot meal and stay comfortable.
Yeah, it's a challenge. And it's funny because if we don't have places like 80 Friends, they're going to be full. But if we don't have them, then we'll have a problem. We're working on, of course, as you know, we're working on getting this open so we can open up our warming shelter space. But man, it's interesting. What we've discovered doing the street reads the last year and a half plus is in the winter months, there's a lot of compromising happening on for people, and they're putting themselves in some unhealthy situations. Especially women will compromise to get out of the cold. And that's not good for them. It's not good for their physical or mental health. We have people that take advantage of that. We have people that will take advantage of folks and give them an empty garage that has no heat and charge them money to stay in a place. At least they're out of the elements. But again, it's not really the solution or a viable solution in my mind. So
it's not a permanent solution.
Exactly.
It's a temporary answer to a need, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah. That's why we got to get this place open. It'll be, again, not the permanent solution, but it's part of the solution. If we can get Valley Mission open with an 18-bed plus emergency shelter, that's great. But then, like I was just talking with our last guest, if we have supportive wraparound services with education and with accountability, then we'll take them from being that statistic, if you will, on the street to, well, we've got someone who's now going to contribute to society, somebody who's going to be paying taxes, they're going to get a wage, they're going to finally get rent. Now they're a contributing member of society as opposed to being a consumer of the resources. And I'll tell you from the resource side, and you know this just from talking to other agencies, we're getting pretty stretched. Our numbers are going up on the streets, and it's starting to hit us.
Well, all the agencies feel that hit.
Yep.
Whether you're in working on homeless, whether you're working on food shortages, whatever the social needs are, they're worse and worse. And with the attitude of most governmental agencies and a lot of nonprofits, it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
It's not promised to be any better in the near future. About 10 years ago, I was over talking to the principal of Pocatello High School, just down the block from you, street across the street, and she told me at that time she had 42 students at Pocatello High School that were couch surfing.
Yep.
They had no permanent home. They had no place to go, and they were living on this friend's couch and that friend's couch for a day here and a day there. And that, to me, is tragedy when you look at 15, 16, 17, maybe 18-year-old kids who haven't got a home.
Yeah.
And we have no answer for those kind of problems. And, of course, you're probably primarily dealing, as most do, with adults.
Right.
Because kids are a touchy subject when it comes to trying to take care of them.
Yeah.
And, the solution is probably a long way off, but what you're doing, what Valley Mission is doing, and what you've been doing for so long is at least working toward an answer.
Yeah. The kids are the challenge. When somebody asks us, are we going to do families in here? And we said, we just can't because of, not that we don't want to, but because of the layers of need. And it's interesting, too, talking to Lisa just before she retired, that couch surfing kid number is more than double. That's not good. And I don't get that. I don't know how you kick somebody out, but that's between them and their maker, unfortunately. So they have those decisions, right?
Yeah.
But I think that's our next phase, is to get the family piece, the kid piece figured out.
If we break this cycle, when you talk to social service agencies, a lot of them talk about how these problems are passed down from generation to generation to generation.
Yeah.
And if we can break that cycle somehow help people find a way to correct that on their own,
Yeah.
because that's what they really need. They need that, not only the physical support, but the spiritual and social support to help break that cycle and make a better life for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta, and it's gonna take a community. I mean, it's gonna take the entire community to do it. It can't just be one organization or a handful of organizations. Not that we're doing this alone, but, you know, that means we've gotta have the city say, hey, let's work with you on maybe getting some property to do this piece, and working with the other agencies, say, why don't you pick this piece up? That's what I love about what we're doing here. We've got, I think we're up to 17 nonprofits and churches that are working together. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we're bringing all the resources into one group and say, let's take care of these folks here. I've got, you know, we've got Pocatello Women's Correctional Center that's going to be sending people into the community. Great, come to our program. Let's get you on a really solid path of recovery and help you start out on the right foot instead of going in to another place where you may not get those services, or you may not get that encouragement, or you may not get that accountability. It's going to take a village, and I'm excited for that.
It does. And the problem is not just Pocatello, as I said earlier. I mean, when you look at southeast Idaho, these problems exist everywhere, whether you're in Power County, whether you're in Bannock County, Bingham County, Bear Lake, Caribou, Franklin, Oneida, wherever it might be. The problems are different in different places, and some of it comes back to a housing shortage, but some of it comes back to just simply an inability to get your feet on the ground and begin to cope with your life and where it's going.
Yeah. My last guest, Tricia, was talking about, she'd been on the street, she's been on the street for 2 years, lived in her car, and thanks to Bella and Nicole, I connected with them. But what she discovered, I thought this was an interesting catch on her part. She goes, I didn't know I had mental health issues until I got into somewhere where somebody could work with me. And so what we discovered on the streets, we have this very much can do that, because I can do this. I mean, the people we encounter are sharp people. They know what they're doing, they're making a plan, they build a community, which is pretty crazy, but what they're not realizing is what that does to them mentally. Because they're always on the defensive, and they're always looking over their shoulder, and they're always questioning, how am I going to get through this day? They don't even look to tomorrow. So when they can get into a place that gives them coaching and counseling and supportive services and things like that, then they can begin to get their mental faculties back online, and they discover, I have something to offer. I am of value. I'm of worth. The concept, we kind of knew that, but they forgot that because streets are mean. Streets are hard.
When you talk of value, you know, that's part of the campaign that's going on in Pocatello right now, the suicide campaign.
Right.
That's an epidemic that's all across the country. You know, as you're well aware, I served not only on the Pocatello City Council for another 3 months, but also in the state legislature. And I got a call from a neighboring community about 2 weeks ago, and they're having a suicide epidemic. They're having a suicide a day in that county. And those, you know, I guess no one really knows what drives someone to that final solution for them. But those kind of anxieties have got to be driven by what you're trying to cope with too. If you don't see a future for yourself, you don't see a home and a regular meal and a job and people who give a darn about you, I guess maybe that's part of the problem.
Yeah. I don't matter, so I'll just leave. Figuratively, literally, you know, that's just not good. And Pocatello is not much better. I thought we ranked. Do we still rank pretty high in suicide?
Yeah, we do.
Top 5%, I think, is what it is.
Yeah.
Top 5. Yeah.
Idaho ranks very high, and Bannock County ranks very high in Idaho.
That's right. So we got people that just need some help. I think that's what's missing, is just that. It's not just getting people off the streets, it's letting people know the resources that are out there for them. And one of the things that we're trying to do with our Street Reach program is take those resources to them. And we've been fortunate on our Street Reach team to have some of the housing folks from Made for Friends. We've had a lot of the free clinic counselors and medical staff. We've got a medical staff that was with us. And what we're seeing is some triage happening in the field. And it has been really encouraging to see the response from them. So we know they want to get help. They have to build that bridge of trust. I mean, it's like our food pantry. It takes people a long time to step over that threshold and ask for help. But once they finally do, they get to see how weird we are and how loving we are at the same time. I mean, we like the weirdness factor, right? That breaks down barriers. The humor breaks down barriers. But then now we build We've built some incredible bridges of trust with people that now we can speak into their lives and say, you do matter. And oh, by the way, these people can help you discover what that might be. So yeah, I'm excited for what's coming. It's a challenge.
It is. And it's a challenge to deliver those services, to find a way to do what you do, to find the money to have that food pantry, and to find a solution to where that food's going to come from, whether you buy it, whether it's donated. And there's so much demand in today's world. Along with you being honored last night at the Pocatello Chamber of Commerce annual banquet, which was you well deserved. We also saw Pocatello Grocery Outlet honored. And over the last 5 years, they've donated $100,000 in our community in foodstuffs. What they've done to share the money they're making with the community and build a place for themselves and help meet this tremendous demand that exists in our society today.
Yeah. There's some incredible givers in this community. It blows my mind.
It does.
Absolutely does. Josh and Cheryl? No. Josh and his wife. I just lost his name all of a sudden. Grocery Outlet. We've had some great interactions with them, and their heart is just, it's just amazing. I am kind of sad, because they're going to be leaving us, and they've been called over to a store in Boise in November. So, yeah, I just found that out last night. So, if you guys know Josh and family over at Grocery Outlet, go say hi to them, tell them how much you love them, and tell Grocery Outlet to rescind the offer. Keep them here. We love them. Oh. Anything else you want to add?
I'd like to add something to your campaign today, Carl.
Oh, okay.
As you know, when I was here last time, I slipped you a little something that I'm going to do.
Oh, thank you very much. This goes toward our $2,000 goal. That'll help us. I think we may have achieved it too. I'm going to get online here and check it in a second.
Fantastic.
But thank you, sir.
I wish you luck in this campaign. I hope the word of what you're doing gets out even broader, and you continue to help make a difference in our community.
I'll do that. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you every day, man.
I will stay warm.
I will. Thank you very much.
Probably enough, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're as live as we're going to be.
Are we on?
We're on. I'm Carl Pettit, Director at Valley Mission. And
Mike Popovich on the board, and we're here coming live to you from Valley Mission in Southeast Idaho, from Pocatello, Idaho, downtown on Arthur Street.
you know where we're at. This will be a 24-hour live event. We are working on our stream right now. We've had some issues. Somebody trying to get their fingers in it and mess it up. But we'll be having conversations here on the bench with folks of varying status in our community, whether they're homeless, have been homeless, they're in recovery or addiction, folks battling with mental health. We're opening it up to just about anything in those categories, anything in those areas. We want to hear what's happening in our community. And at the same time, we want to talk about our project here, Valley Mission, and what that's going to bring, and how we hope to see Valley Mission just become a great resource for our community. It will also be a fundraising event. So we can start off with, we'll shoot over to 2,000. Get the balloon out of the way. So we have a matching grant gift already in for one of our sponsors, Magic Valley Manor in Wendell, has put up a $2,000 matching gift. So if you have funds, you can go on to valleymission.com.org, click on that, and in a moment we'll put up a little QR code you can scan that will give you an idea of where you can scan for that. But again, we have a $2,000 match going on. We have two other matches that are really exciting, so we'll share those later. So.
Valley Mission came out of the food pantry ministry of First Baptist Church, which is right next door to us. And that's been going on for about 17 years. And in 2017, we decided that Valley Mission needed to be its own organization, so we incorporated that, and we bought the building right next door to us, which was the gym, and Metro Spa, and we purchased that with the help of another church in town, and we've been remodeling it. We're in the middle of the reconstruction, if you will. The inside framing is done. The new water line is in, the new sewer line is in, the new power line is in, and so we're about right in the middle of that project.
Just waiting for fire sprinklers.
Fire sprinklers is next on the agenda. Yes.
So funds we raised on this event will actually go toward getting the fire sprinklers installed specifically in the food pantry area. Our hope is to build that space first, so we can move our food pantry from First Baptist Church back over to here. That frees up our space in First Baptist Church's building for the warming shelter, and we desperately need some warming shelter space coming up this winter. A local church here in town is going through remodel. They're not going to be open, so we are going to be desperately needing some space. Tomorrow we'll have a conversation with our mayor, who's been very instrumental in helping kind of build that warming shelter culture in our community, and hear where his heart's at for that as well. So a lot of stuff going on.
In the building behind us, the Mission Building, has quite a lot to offer. Just to walk you through it, on the bottom floor, we have administration buildings, offices, and a commercial kitchen, a dining area, a couple of shower bathrooms for people to come in and clean up. We have 2 rooms for overnight emergency shelter, which would house up to 18 people. We have a clinic that our volunteer doctors in the community will come in, and nurses and students from ISU will come in and help walk people through their health issues. The food pantry is a major part of the downstairs. Upstairs we have 3 units that total 16 in a transformational living program. Folks who come in, and once they qualify for that, it's a 6-month program to get them back on their feet, back established within the community. And then we have a counseling center with 5 offices and a conference room, and that will be used for our partner agencies, of which we have quite a few, that can come in and set up an office and meet with our clients as need be. That way the clients don't have to get transported all over town. They can do all that work right here.
It's going to be an exciting project. 15,500
square feet.
So that's a little project.
Yes. quite a bit going on inside the facility. On top of that, we're not waiting for that ministry to happen. Tell us about Street Reach.
So yeah, what we know we have in town is we have a homeless problem, which is really perfect for this event. We have a team called Street Reach. That's a team of 3 people that go out a couple times a week, and we go to the homeless encampments, to parking lots, to parks, wherever we find people that are living on the streets, literally. We now have 3 teams that we're able to send out during the weeks. The other thing we do with our Street Reach team, and this is coming up next Wednesday, the 3rd Wednesday of each month, we do an event called RAMP, which is Reach Access Mobile Partnership. We bring together some of those agencies you talked about. We have a travel veterinarian, we have VA services, we have clothing, we have housing services, we Made for Friends, we have a crisis center there, the free clinic, we provide lunch, we have resources. They all come to one location, 11-1, and they connect with those resources. They get a free haircut, they get their vaccines for their dogs. So what we're finding in our community, obviously when I say the homeless numbers are going up, they are. We're up about 12 to 14% over the same period last year, and that number continues to grow. Just as an example, a week ago Monday, our teams, we had 2 teams that went out. We only went basically from Caldwell Park here in town, which is the center of town, just about a mile north to a particular place that we have in the encampment. And had everybody been awake, we would have connected personally with 19 people. 2 of them were asleep, so we had 17 good contacts. Of those 17 contacts, 7 or 8 of them were first-time connections that we've never seen in the street. So it's continuing to grow. One of the questions we'll answer later on is, what about kids on the street? We don't have a lot of families on the street, but they're there. What's terrifying is how many kids we have at the school. So a lot of things going on.
We'll talk about that more during the online time. But the one high school across the street, last year, just on the upper grades, junior and senior, there were 80 kids out of one high school considered homeless. That includes couch surfing, sleeping in their car, sleeping on the streets. that's a lot to handle. And so we find that a lot of folks in our community don't see or understand some of the homeless issues, and that's one of the reasons for us to be here today with you and to inform you what's going on. As you can hear, we're on the street. Cars going by on North Arthur, and we're just catty corner across the street from the high school. And so that's what we're doing here today with Conversations on a Bench. Our food pantry is a weekly program. At the moment, it's still run out of the church that's next door. We handle approximately 200 families a week with food. Some people say, well, where do you get the food? Well, we're a partner agency with the Idaho Food Bank. And so we get...
Speaker out front. Just the bench in front of
Carl.
where everything's with the camera.
Carl,
Yeah.
I'll get him.
you're on.
What's that?
You're on. You're talking. So we get the Idaho Food Bank, and we also purchase bulk obtained food from the food pantry. We have a rescue program where we work with the stores in town, and we go by and do what's called food rescue program. We have a refrigerated truck. We pick up the food directly on Wednesday, and it's sent out on Thursday. That way we don't lose any more product to take it and then be a week delay. Yeah. What we'll be doing today is Conversations on a Bench. Between Carl and myself, we will be interviewing people, providers, people who live on the street, anybody who has anything to do with the homeless population here in the community.
I'll bring Cal. Okay. I'll have you step over here to Mike, and then I'll grab the mic from Mike, and then I'll sit down with you. Go ahead and grab that. You can scoot on over there, and we'll share this space.
All right.
All right. Tell me your name again.
My name's Trenton Lee Schwartz.
Yeah.
My name's Trenton Lee Schwartz.
And I've got one here. I'm going to make sure I'm unmuted, though. Am I good, Chuck? All right. We'll figure this out eventually. We'll try by tomorrow about 1 o'clock when we're done. So Trent, you've been on the streets, or you're still on the streets now? Tell us your story.
My first time being out on the streets was back in 1991, 92 until 1999, and that was for 6 years.
Oh, wow.
That was my first time. My second time was being here in Pocatello, and I quite literally became homeless again. And the situation stands as this. In Pocatello, we got a problem with housing. We don't know where to put the homeless and where to help adapt to what is happening. There are people that are traveling from state to state, city to city, and trying to find a place to live. That's where it's becoming hard. I recently got put on disability, SSI and SSDI. That's not much money to live on, and I'm having problems finding a place to live that I can afford. The housing that's here, a lot of folks are asking way too much money in order to live there and pay for rent. I don't understand why it is becoming that way, but I've noticed and I've been studying the situation for quite some time. The problem is that there are those people out there that are irresponsible. They cause so much damage to these apartment complexes and so forth. I'm seeing the issue of drug addiction. People want to smoke dope or stay drunk. Those people become violent. You notice that on the news, every once in a while, they will pop up on the news as being arrested for some reason or another.
And you've experienced some of that here in our own town.
I have.
When you've been on the streets.
I have, yes. I've tried to get used to the idea and the fact that this issue is going on, but the problem's not going to go away, and it's going to get worse.
So besides the affordable, which is what it really comes down to, right? The housing that's affordable.
Yes.
Are there other gaps in our services that you think you can try to help?
Create? Well, again, okay. For me, it's a little bit on the easier side since 2008. when I got put on disability, I was able to get Medicaid, Medicare, so all my medical needs was able to be taken care of. And this last time that I was homeless, I was here at Aid for Friends. The situation was, I just couldn't get by with the idea of all the rules and regulations that was being put before me, and me abiding by those rules. Well, I saw a lot of people that were coming through, they were alcoholics or they were drug addicts, and I wanted to get away from that. I tried to be understanding, and I tried to be helpful. I even tried to be helpful to management by doing a task or job, because I care about people. What I don't care about is those that don't care, period. They want to stay started off drugs or stay drunk all the time. That's up to you. The United States is freedom of the people. The people. And I mean that very truthfully. What we got a problem with is that there's too many people that want to stay stoned or drunk. If that's the life you want to choose, well, then you're making it harder for those of us that become homeless, and you turn up the apartments, that's not going to do it. It costs the management and the owners a lot of money to take and repair the damage.
And you have to charge more rent.
Yes, so you got to charge more rent. Okay, I understand that. But the problem is that we got people who don't care, and they want to stay on drugs, and they stay on alcohol. Okay. There's a lot of rehabs that's going on, don't get me wrong. There's good places that are happening. There's a lot of places, like me, I got help. Becoming homeless, I was at Aid for Friends, like I said, for a short period of time, 3 months. I took one of my checks, literally got on a bus and went to Lewiston, Idaho. And I saw how much that it was growing, and there was jobs, there was opportunity, and there was housing. But I couldn't afford it with the amount of money that I had. I had to pay for my bus ticket, and I had to eat. It's the bottom line. Aid for Friends, I think they're doing a good job. I think they're trying to do and deal with something that is, it's going to get out of hand.
Well, that's a big problem in our community, right? I mean, our homeless population is not shrinking, it's growing.
It's growing, yes.
So are you down in a place where you're almost off in instant housing, or are you temporarily housed?
I got lucky and came across Bella Lico. I am now in assisted living.
Nice.
Is it by choice? Yes. Is it different? Look, I'm in service. What I did, how I lived, is my people that believe in being esprit de corps. What we are is proud people, veterans, whatever. We want to see our country do better.
Absolutely.
Okay. We've got a situation where there's a lot of people that are frustrated and they're tired of seeing what homeless out there. People that are holding signs up saying, I'm a veteran. Can you help? I seen a guy down here on one of the street corners. He's got a dog. You know that dog is better than he does. That is amazing. That's what I get confused.
Yeah, that's a good. I'm glad you brought that up. I had the same feelings about the animals.
Right.
And then I started working with our veterinarian that does a lot of work for the homeless. Her name is Dr. Mann. And then I've also worked with a lot of folks, obviously in our community, that have animals. And I used to have the same, gosh, you can feed the dog, you can't do whatever. But the problem is, what we're finding out is, that's the only companion they know. You know, on the streets, there's not a lot of friends unless you give or take. That's not going to happen. For women especially, it is a safety necessity and a security necessity. I even had the same comment from a gentleman who was walking with a cane. And he said, if I didn't have the cane to beat people off, because I'd be a victim. His first words were, I wish I had a dog. So I think a lot of our perceptions have been twisted too over time. And you have it from your on-the-street experience.
I've seen guys that turn around and get together and form this almost like a little gang. They're like two or three people, and they hang out together, and they protect each other. That I've seen, but I've also seen these people turn around and go after those that are just walking out on the streets, just and minding their own business. And they get jumped, or they get harassed. Give you $10 or I'm going to hurt you, type deal.
So if you were still on the streets today, how would you advise, if I was on the streets and need help, how would you advise me to, where would you advise me to do that? How can I get in a better spot?
Okay, that's a tough one.
That's why I'm asking you.
The reason why, okay, for me, I was alone. How I carry myself is how I am perceived. Everybody sees me and they're going, oh, well, I don't think he's homeless. Why? Because I don't look it? I don't know. But how I talk to people, like I'm talking to you, be straight up, straightforward, and tell it like it is. I don't want to lie to people of my issues and what I got going on. I'm not going to lie about that, but I'm not going to lie to the authorities either. Right? I'm going to abide by the law, and I'm going to do everything I can in order to make something happen to be better. Okay, that's what I did when I was homeless. I went down to Las Vegas, and I was on the streets for the first 6 years. Salt Lake City, here in Pocatello. Then I went down, and I said, I gotta go someplace else. I went to Eugene, Oregon. Wow. What I saw was the homeless shelters were full, but I wanted to work, and I did. I worked as a job office down in Las Vegas. I got guys out to do daily jobs, what they call spot jobs. We need something more like that around here. Help people get some money, maybe even get a full-time job. Okay? Do everybody want to work that's homeless? No. Are all able to work? No.
But it's funny, everybody that's homeless needs money.
Exactly. Yeah. So be productive in society, or live off free food, free housing, free. You get a bed for the night if you go to Aid for Friends. If you come here, I understand you plan on doing the same thing.
Yeah, we will have space here for them, so.
Okay, that's all right for the winter. But you know, most of the homeless during the summertime wish to be out there on the streets, laying up against a garbage can, maybe hitting trash cans of restaurants in order to get food, so forth. There are some that are institutionalized, just like ex-cons, just like those who have served. We believe in structure, we believe in discipline, and we also believe the fact of the integrity of how we are as individuals.
I like that, I appreciate that. You shared a lot with us today, Trent. I just can't thank you enough for your direct conversation, like you said. Bill and Nicole, you guys rock. If you guys don't know who Bill and Nicole is, check them out. They're an amazing resource in our community. They help a lot of people. And before I let you go, I just want to tell you thank you for your service. I appreciate you. Thanks for your time. God bless you, my brother. Thank you. And then click on the record button. Turn that just. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. So obviously one of the things that Valley Mission does is we have the food pantry right next door, serve a lot of families. We've been seeing an increase in families in one category of new families. And it's interesting that the new families we're seeing are younger couples, younger families, folks just starting out. So that's a bit of a concern to us. Obviously, right now with where we're at with the government shutdown, people are wondering how that's going to impact things like the food pantry. And so I'm just reading an email from the Idaho Food Bank group. They're just kind of giving us an update, expecting, if it continues, maybe an increased need for food. And so they've got resources available. It's interesting, somebody asked me, this is, with the shutdown and all the cuts in the programs, how much is that going to affect the food we get from the food bank? In reality, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's in this article or not. Oh, there we go. Only 11% of our food comes from government programs. They do run the senior commodity, what's called CSFP, a senior commodity program, which is a commodity food box. They also run a thing called the Emergency Food Assistance Program, TFAP, which is for families under the age of 60. Those are all federally funded programs that are bought, built, and forecast 6 months out at a time. So those programs aren't at all at risk of being impacted by this. So they're not anticipating any changes there. As far as food coming into the system, into the stream, there's food available. Right now we're seeing a lot of produce that's coming in. That's going to continue probably for another 2 to 4 weeks, possibly, because we get it from across the Northwest and the southern part of the West. So that won't be an issue. What they're just trying to help us understand, a couple things that may be impacted if the shutdown continues past October 15th. Active duty military, reservists, Department of Defense employees will not receive scheduled paychecks. Other federal employees will receive partials at that point and then continue to miss scheduled paychecks as the shutdown extends. Even essential federal employees and required to work during the shutdown don't receive paychecks, so that could impact people. So they're just helping us understand that the impact it could have on us. I like where we're at. I like where our space is at. I like where our product is at. I like what's coming. So we're Valley Mission's positioned to help lessen that impact on our families. To anybody that hears this message that may not think they're going to need it, find themselves in that spot, please do not be embarrassed. Please do not be ashamed or afraid to come down. We might be a little weird, but that's what makes us kind of fun to hang out with. Come out, let us help you take care of your family. And when things get better, then you don't have to use this. Maybe you can come back and give back some of that time if you want. There is nothing connected to this except we want to help you. So let us be a blessing to you in this moment if that does impact you. SNAP benefits should be issued in full and on time through October. So SNAP, WIC, school programs, those things, applications can still be submitted, so that's good. They're saying WIC benefits are expected to continue in Idaho through October. Same thing for school meal programs, expected to operate normally, including school breakfast and lunch. So we're in position to help people. Idaho Food Bank is positioning themselves to make sure that they've got the resources as well. So that's good. That's good to hear. Oh, here's another update, and this is from, same people, different name. Good deal. We're just still hanging out, just in case you're wondering. If you're still up and you want to come have a chat, we're here. If not, it's going to be a quiet night. Y'all could pray that the wind would slow down because it comes and goes. We like that warm weather that came with the wind that brought a little bit of the rain. That'd be nice. But we'll see. That'll happen. Just a couple of quick highlights. I wrote some stuff down. We had a couple of really good conversations. One of our gals that we've actually known here at First Baptist for a while. Excuse me, watched her journey. It's been a rough one for her, but she's now been, I think she said 2 years sober. I think is what she said when T was here. And I'll be honest with you, I just, knowing her and hearing her story, I looked at her, I said, you're one of my heroes because you figured it out, and you figured that if you stay the course and you trust God, and I didn't say it this way, but this is what you can really come out of. You can come out on the good side of this. She said something that was interesting. She said, as an addict, sometimes it's just easier to go back to what you knew than it is to do the hard work. A lot of reality to that. We take for granted the stuff that we have to struggle through. We're used to structure. We're used to things being in place. And when you're an addict, or you're on the streets, or you're in a trauma situation, you're coming out of abuse, or in the middle of it, you just know that moment in that day, that's the best you have to live for. And when you get an opportunity to try something, you're afraid to take that chance. That's why you need a network of people around you. You need a church. The parents that were up here, the Cantrells that shared that, they talked about the need of having a church family. God's church is designed to care for, to hold up, to hold accountable, but to lift up, to mourn with those who are mourning, to rejoice with those who are rejoicing, to carry you along. We talk about it all the time in our group. It's like men, the younger men are being taught by the older men. The younger women are being taught by the older women. We take it a step further here. The experienced people who found recovery, who found hope, are teaching the ones who are in the midst of it or trying to get out of it. We call that peer-to-peer counseling, peer-to-peer consulting, peer-to-peer coaching. So that's why it's so critical. The one thing she did also talk about was she said we need better systems that go beyond just the 30 days or 60 days. She said it takes time to build new habits, to learn new skills and new ways to live. A lot of our programs have a 30, 60, 90-day window. And we had a gentleman on here earlier today who said, it took me 90 days to figure out how to get my meds under control and how to schedule those. So I thought she hit that right on the head. That's why we believe this program, 6 months, is about what it's going to take. For some, it may take a little bit longer, based on the level of trauma they're dealing with and what we're trying to help them learn and understand. So it could be a 6 to 8 month program. There might be some folks who say, I can, they're already motivated and they could do it in 4 or 5 months. Great. Whatever their time is, they're going to have people walking with them 24/7. They're going to have people counseling them and coaching them, encouraging them, holding them to a standard. And when they fall, helping them get back up again. We've got to have a network of people that aren't just Valley Mission. We've got to have other agencies. We've got to have other churches being a part of what we do. And so that's kind of the structure is when we're open is, we'll have Valley Mission staff, but we'll also have the partners of our 17 organizations and churches we're working with come alongside us and help administer the training, the coaching, the counseling, the peer-to-peer stuff, all those things that need to happen. Does that mean we have to farm people out to other agencies and say, and we'll take them, we'll get them there, and they'll come right back here. When the women come out of the correctional facility on the hill, they come here instead of going to a halfway house so that we can help and nurture and encourage them. I had one of the folks that work up there, we were talking about this a couple of years ago, and I said, we've got to help them. We'll have to help them learn some new skills. And she just kind of looked at me and she says, Carl, you don't understand. Some of the women that are in the prison have 0 skills. You ask them how to cook an egg and they look at you like deer in the headlights. She said the skill level and the lack of real life experiences is so vast and so, it's just so missing. And so when we get them here, we have to assess where they're at and have to take them through all that. That's why we're doing it. We want to figure out what they need. So you keep praying for us. Keep supporting us. We're still working on our $50,000 matching grant. That's I think we're going to see some movement on that in the morning. So we're just going to chill here. You might see this the bench here. I might curl up on this little lovely thing and take a rest, but who knows? Thanks for being up with us. I'm going to We'll play. Yeah. Yeah.
But,
Karaoke.
Someone that was taking pictures and video of her son, and they were trying to, like, get her son to give him, like, his information and all that. And she's like, no. And they were just, like, the lady had her phone back. They watched him get into their car. So it was really creepy. I may have told her that's why I'm always packing.
Yeah, yeah.
But her son's a little bit younger, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I had daughters, I don't know, I think when I was like, gosh, I don't know how old I was. I was probably 10 maybe. We were in the mall parking lot in Phoenix. I was with my sister, who was probably like 16, 17 at that time. And some guys came up behind her, and they were in between us. And they said, we're cops, there's been some thefts, we need your registration. And she didn't know. She's like leaning into her car. I remember I was like holding my little purse, like I was gonna, like I didn't feel right about it. And we ended up going in the mall. And once we told my dad, like we were meeting them, they got the mall security on them because they were faking being cops. But, you know, who knows what their real intentions were.
Yeah.
In situations like that.
Sorry, we're just having a conversation. I'm on the bench here with Heidi Stout. Sorry. Well, one of the things we're talking about was, you know, when we're on the streets, we encountered this the first year we started Street Reach. Mm-hmm. Our team approached an RV, and 6 adults piled out, 5 guys, 1 gal, pregnant, and trying to connect with them. They tried to separate our team. The gal that was there doing the Street Reach tried to engage the gal, and she was obviously in trouble, but was not able to communicate anything. So we talk a lot in our Street Reach teams about we've got to keep our eyes open for trafficking, and we have people that believe that we don't have that problem here in Pocatello. Mm-hmm. And we've got some experience from folks in our church, but you're putting together some stuff that's going to hopefully get people's attention, make them realize this is a serious issue.
Yeah, my organization, the Light Ranch, our hope is to have a facility that will rehabilitate girls that have been trafficked, and help them just find healing through God and know that their worth is not defined by what they've been through.
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing. It happens at every age. Yeah. I mean, with the gaming and the online access, that alone, and at any age.
Yeah.
Too. It's heartbreaking the ages that you hear of girls being trafficked. You know, you hear as toddlers.
Yeah.
Up until, you know, adult women.
Right. It's ugly is the best word I can come up with. And unfortunately, it does happen here in Pocatello. We've had members of our church who've had people have attempted to take their kids in a store here in town. But what are, you know, if folks are like, man, I don't believe that happens, what are some things maybe that folks can look for, or are there some things, some signs or something that we can say, hey, if you see this, you might just interact with that person to see if whatever, you know.
Yeah, I think the common misconception is that, one, that it doesn't happen in the United States, and it's happening in every backyard across the country, but then also that it's just somebody that doesn't know, right? And they are pulling people away, but a lot of time it's just there's some familial, or they take a lot of time grooming them, right? So they get comfortable with that individual or with that family. It's happening within families, within, you know, family friends and things like that. So it's happening in ways that we don't think, that people are just getting kidnapped, right?
Right.
That's very rare. That's more on the rare side, that people are actually getting kidnapped and then taken off into other cities. Is, there's some kind of connection that they know. And I think we just have to be, and we also think that every home is good, right? And everyone's got a safe place and a safe person to go to, when that's not always the case. And I think as communities within schools, teachers, we need to do more education as to what those signs are, and also making our kids aware that these things, and educating them and saying, hey, if you hear this or see this, that person may not be trying to do good. And so they slowly just break away their self-esteem. And, it happens at every age, where then they don't have anywhere to go. And I think that's where you start to see the connection with homeless, and them going to the streets, as that's the only place that they can go to escape. There's so much shame that's involved in it. But I think just watching behaviors change, if they're on their phones a lot, when you're looking at younger girls, and it happens to boys too. I think that's even less talked about, is that it happens to boys. And there's, I think, even harder for boys, right? Because that's just not something that hits their pride very, very deeply. But I think, watching those behavior changes is the biggest thing, as to feeling like something is different here. And I think too, if you just, I don't know, I think we have to feel our gut intuition sometimes. If we're, I think hearing the story we heard in church, which you could probably reiterate a little bit better, of that girl that was trying to connect, right, is sometimes if something feels off in our gut, I'd rather say something now than have to live with that I didn't.
I think sometimes we forget about the behaviors. We look for that. Oh, they're trying to take them physical, and we think that's what it is. That's a huge catch. Yeah, we had a gentleman share his story in church a couple weeks ago about how he went to this convenience store one night to get something, and the gal said, "Oh, that's okay. There's no charge," and he didn't think anything of it. Went back the next night. It was all 3 nights in a row, right? He was at this place. Went back the next night, and she did the same thing. And he went back the third night, and there were all these police cars around there. And come to find out, she was being trafficked, and some stuff happened. She was trying to get out and ended up not making it. And he didn't see the signs. He didn't understand. I forgot who it was that said it. Or, not a common phrase, but sort of, if something's off, it usually is. So check it out. Ask a question. Engage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes you have to, depending on the situation, right? They're all going to be so different, is build that relationship a little bit with that person, so they feel safe, that you can be a safe place, because there could be risk to them leaving too.
Right.
I've heard many stories of young girls that they're told that their families are going to be killed if they say anything or if they do anything. And so there's this huge fear instilled in them to just not say anything. And then it becomes comfortable for them too, being with their pimps, because that is all that they know. Yeah. The organization that I've worked with a little bit in Phoenix is they see that a lot with the 18 and over, because they come into their facility and they can openly leave, and they'll go back to their pimps, because that is all that they know. That is that becomes their safe place, even though there are very traumatizing things that are being done to them.
Yeah. It's a sad state that we're in. So when the ranch gets open, what do you envision that looking like?
We could sit here for hours and I talk about that.
Well, there's nobody out.
We have hours. For me, I was blessed to be able to go back to this organization in Phoenix and see, and it's in, central Phoenix. And, I'm sitting there walking around, and they're doing some amazing things, but I can hear the traffic. I can hear just, the smog. And I'm like, how does anyone heal an environment like this? And I think for me, things that I've been through, the outdoors has been really important. I feel like God's creation is there for a reason. And so the ranch will be a place that uses a lot of outdoor activities, because I think it's very empowering too when people find something they can learn, a new skill, and do new things that they can attach to. Archery for me is a huge love of mine, and it's very healing and therapeutic for me. And so between equine therapy, the plan is to offer that, archery, fishing, and just doing those things where they could just be out in nature and be in a safe place, right?
Right.
I think nature is very healing and feels very safe to all of us. And then also, our plan is to do ages 13 to 17. That's the plan of where I just really feel God has placed that age on my heart. And so there'll be schooling and things like that, as well as different normal type therapeutic
Right.
programs that they'll go through. And then I do plan to also have a way that they can work to earn money through some different avenues, so that when they reach that age when they can leave, whether it's at 18, they have some money set aside,
Right.
depending on their situation, that they can use, and that'll be saved up for them. So that is one avenue that we want to do also.
Nice. So you need a little bit more than just a couple acres.
Yeah. I have, found one property that we have been looking at, but yeah, it's the fundraising right now, the fun stuff.
The fun stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Because people love to, you see some things people spend money on. I'm like, you could throw some my way.
That's right.
You needed a 10th car? Come
Yeah,
on.
that's right.
So yeah, but I mean, it's all in God's plan. So it's just really getting the word out there. And I think that's one thing that's very important. And then doing, my weekly teen girl, young ladies, I'll say, because we have some young women coming, that Bible study too, because I think it's super important to try to be proactive in ways that I can, and helping these girls see their worth so that they do not become victims to this also. Right. I think is super important that we spend time doing that. The latter is just as important, but if we can save one girl from being subject to that, and just hearing what the girls today are going through is not what I went through at my age. So I can see why there's just so many opportunities for people to pray, on these young kids these days, which is frightening beyond belief. That
is. So if someone who catches this kind of is, not everybody's going to want to give to Valley Mission. They're going to give to other things. How can they support you? Is there a place they can go and give to your cause and help you get to your goals? Or?
Yeah, we're on social media. You can either find it through my name, Heidi Stout, The Light Ranch, and then encounter-outdoor.com is our website, which will probably be changing soon in the next couple weeks. But you can go on the website too, and it has information. Also looking for just volunteers, people that maybe have capabilities in things like grant writing and things like that, or even just finding them, right? Yeah. There's just so many hours in a day. So, just people that want to, hey, I have an hour a week, that is helpful too, besides money, because the more we can do those things, the more hands, we can spread and make some change.
And I know there's a lot of grants out there that will specifically go toward this right now, because this is a hot topic across the country.
It is.
Around the world, but really in the U.S. it's really getting a lot of attention too. A couple of spots, a couple of sites that we, what's the word I'm looking for? Get stuff from. Subscribe to. I couldn't think of the word. There's been a few on there that I've noticed, and I thought about you, and that speak about trafficking and how to limit that. And what's nice about most of the grants that we see, there's no federal, state, local. It's all private foundations, people who, like you, have a passion for that and have the funding now. We can't do this, but we have money to help those who can get it done. So I'll actually pull those up next week after I've slept from this event and see if I can't find those again and get them to you. So
and the gentlemen that they've been doing it in Phoenix, I mean, this was planted on my heart back in 2011 when I lived in Phoenix, and they've grown to, I think, one of the largest organizations across the country. But one thing that he told me is, you'd think now there are so many more organizations that are fighting it. There is so much more awareness that is happening, but you would think the need would be going down. And the week that I talked to him, which this was back in February, he had turned away 19 girls because they just didn't have the capacity. Some of the funding had been dropped as well, just from government stuff. But he said, I have a hard time turning away one, and that was an extremely hard week for them. And he said the need is actually increasing, which is just not what you want to see.
No.
And they have 3 facilities. One that starts at age 4 is their youngest facility. So, yeah, that is very, very eye-opening
Yeah.
to hear that. And the story that I heard in 2011, when I first came across this, and I said, hey, we're fighting this in Phoenix. And I'm like, this is going on in Phoenix? I thought this just went on, in third world countries, not here.
Yeah.
But there was a girl at the age of 13. She had been groomed and taken away from her home. And she was actually held in a dog kennel for, I want to say it was about 40 days. And they would put her in the ground below the mattresses. And so when a paying customer would come, they would pull her out, move the mattresses, pull out the dog kennel, take her out of the dog kennel. And not only is that startling, but you have people coming to pay and see that that's happening.
Yeah.
So it is a whole other level of evil
Yeah.
that you are dealing with when it comes to this type of stuff.
And nobody wants to talk about it because it's so uncomfortable. But if we don't, it just continues.
Yeah, and there's there was a really good, Laura Logan interviewed a girl who was trafficked in South Africa. She was in the music industry there. And her brother now has been fighting trafficking for 30 years, and he does a lot with legislation, which is really good. But her podcast was extremely eye-opening. But a few people that I shared it on my social, and some people said I couldn't listen.
Yeah.
I says, yeah, but we have to keep listening,
Yeah.
because otherwise we just ignore it like it's not happening, and
Yeah.
that's where we've got to push through and be like, okay, this is reality.
Yeah.
When people are getting all up in arms over certain things on social, I'm like, do you even realize the things that are happening right now?
Well, we hope that your voice will get heard, and we hope that you'll keep doing this, and we're going to keep supporting you as best we can, point you to other places. So if you didn't catch it, the Light Ranch, but we're working toward it. What was the other site, the outdoor? Yeah.
I wish that had changed before I had come to this. Didn't know I was doing this. Encounter-outdoor.com.
There you go.
That's where I originally, 2.5 years ago started. That was probably about 3 years ago, started that website just to blog and, track my outdoor adventures through my own healing. And God had a completely different path. I just haven't been able to keep up with everything he had planned.
Kind of how he works.
Yeah. Crazy.
Well, thanks for hopping on the bench tonight.
Yes.
It was good to have the fill, but it was also good to have the information
No,
and
I
to let
appreciate
people
it.
know you got to keep this in front of you. So
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing here. So it's, it's having an impact in our community, and we need more
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get it done.
You will. You will.
Cool. We're going to go take a nap. See you guys. Well, at least Mike and I are. takes me. And I'll go back and edit this too if we say some
Okay.
things we shouldn't.
No, I'll try not to.
That's
That's always
right.
my goal.
That's right. That's right. Hey, folks, I'm just glad to have this conversation again. I'm sitting here with Randy Ford, the president of the. Is it president or CEO or?
It's both
It's
president
both.
and
So he's in
CEO.
charge of Ghetto Food Bank on a statewide level. Randy and I have had a lot of years' experience. We've got a shared passion for reaching out to people in need and serving our community. I didn't tell you this, but Sika just finished a survey here in town. I'm just now starting to review it, and they identified 4 key categories. It'll be no surprise to you that number 3 or 4 is food insecurity, and how people are still struggling. Of course, affordable housing is still the issue. But today on Conversations on the Bench, we're just talking about everything from homelessness to poverty to substance abuse, all that kind of stuff. So, Randy, from your perspective too, I mean, you're in Boise, but you're all over the state. What are you seeing? How the state's reacting, and where you see some need that we can probably address?
Well, I think that fortunate to live in Idaho. Idaho's been part of my life my entire life. So while being in Boise, I have traveled all across the state. And what I see is that just like every individual, every community is unique. So oftentimes you try to use some generalizations or you try to gather some themes, and those get quickly dispelled when you go to different communities and you meet with different folks, because behind each story of food insecurity or homelessness or struggling for resources is an individual story, and not everybody can be kind of bucketed in those themes. So I think that's what I've learned very quickly is that you have to dispel your biases, your preconceived notions of what's behind the need, and just simply ask the questions, and be supportive wherever you can be, and then also stretching yourself to be supportive in ways you didn't think you could be, as well. So
Yeah.
I think that's what I've learned. I try not to generalize, but food insecurity is what we focus on, and that's the great grandiose term that we have for anybody that's experiencing hunger, or doesn't know where their next meal is coming from. So I think that's what everything has in common. Everybody has in common in terms of the work that we do, the work that you do, and how we do that together. So I really believe I guess that's the theme, that there is no generalized theme other than there's a problem. It takes a community to react to it, and it takes people getting behind that, and really again to dispel any preconceived notions you have as to why they're there, because that shouldn't impact the fact that you want to help them.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point. What do you think the average person can do to help make a change happen? What's some good things maybe we can help people with?
Yeah, from the perspective of the food bank, and I think it kind of goes into other nonprofits and other social service sectors. People first and foremost can volunteer, being a part of it, seeing how your work and your energy can make a difference, and then you get to meet all these people that maybe you wouldn't have met in your normal daily life, and make new friends and hear new stories. So I think volunteering is at the root of it. Time is always an issue, and there's never enough time in a day, right? We've all experienced that. But you can also, for us, you can donate food. And it doesn't have to be just expired things. You can actually seek out protein items to give. You can ask your local pantry what they need most, because each pantry can be a little different. And ultimately that's where it comes down to. And if you can, give financially, because you can turn dollars into services, you can turn dollars into food, you can turn dollars into ultimately hope for folks that are experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, oftentimes both. And it's really that act of dignity that you're being a part of. I want to say give to, but you can't. I don't think you can give dignity. You can give hope, and it allows for dignity to really take hold within those folks and within people that are having a struggle.
Yeah, I think you said something too at the beginning that struck a chord too. That when you go out to all kinds of places throughout the state, I mean, food insecurity and homelessness, all these things, they don't know class. No. They just. I mean, he didn't say it that way, but I mean, there's no. It's the same. And are you seeing a lot of issues in Boise with homelessness that are similar to maybe some of the issues we have here in Pocatello? Are they different? How are you seeing things?
Well, I think at the root of it is that it's an economic mobility concern. So, and when I say that, it means cost of housing, cost of, goods, services, access to resources. I think those are the themes we see throughout the state. And just like it doesn't really know a class, it doesn't really know a demographic, it doesn't really know a zip code. It can be your neighbor living next door that's kind of maybe they don't want to tell people that they need help. They don't want to ask for help. And it can also be a family member. It can be a coworker. So oftentimes you do have to dispel those, like, well, that's a problem over here, or it's worse over there. I don't think that moves the needle when you try to compare a worse case when there's still a problem in a better case. So,
Yeah, no, that's wow. It's tough. It's we were talking earlier offline too about using that phrase "those people," and a lot of people there's just this perception of, well, the homeless people they're drug addicts, they're drunks, they're criminals, they're mentally ill. And from our perspective here in Pocatello, I tell people all the time, especially in the encampments we go to, these are some sharp people, but they're all like us. They made one stupid decision, one bad decision that cost them everything. And so, helping them find a way back is tough. And I mean, you talk about losing everything. That I can't imagine what that does to their mentality, their mental health, if you will. And are you seeing? I didn't ask you this earlier. Are you seeing like a gap in the state in some of the things we can do on the mental health side? Is there some things we can do better there, do you think? Or
I think it kind of is summed up is that any system or structure that you try to put in place to help folks and not meet them where they're at, I think that's anytime that happens, you're going to see some struggles in terms of services being either offered, available, or just readily known. So oftentimes people consider the person broken when maybe the system they're operating might be the broken piece.
Yeah.
It's kind of set them up for that. So any municipality, any state is going to have their struggles. Again, it doesn't have to focus on it's worse over here or it's better over there. In reality, there's affordable housing shortages all over the state. National Realtors Association ranked Idaho the second least affordable state in the nation when you compare it to income versus home prices.
wow.
And you think, well, immediately, like, everybody goes to, well, who's number one, right? Because you're like, well, got to be better. We're better than somebody, right? Like, does that make it better for the people in Idaho experiencing that?
Yeah.
Not really. But by the way, it's Montana, if you're wondering. So I think that those comparisons can often, they can get in the way of and create some additional preconceptions about what's going on. When in reality, the community is everything. So nobody can overcome a crisis alone, regardless of how strong you are, how much weight you can lift, how many family members you have. You need to have somebody walking alongside you, and that's why I feel fortunate that we're able to partner with agencies like the Valley Mission, because volunteers are showing up consistently. Community members are supporting change, and they're walking alongside folks, because that real impact happens through that collective effort and sustained commitment from the community.
Absolutely. I like that. We just shared with somebody this morning the fact that I think one of the unique things about Pocatello is our strong collaboration between nonprofits and working together for the common good. There's a lot of misconception here in our leadership. I'll say that carefully. That think that we're all standalones. We are in that regard, but we're all working together like I've never seen before. What are some of the, and with our partnership with the Idaho Food Bank, I know Key and her team doing a phenomenal job in the community. What are some of the things that the Idaho Food Bank does in community here that maybe some folks watching may not know about? How do we collaborate with other things and people around the city?
So I spend quite a bit of time traveling. My second office is my truck, I think, at this point. But thankfully, I'm able to take some nutritious food with me. But I've gone to the Pocatello Chamber of Commerce. I go to the different events that are in Pocatello. And I think that's where you get a real feel for what's happening in the community, is actually going to the community. Yeah. You can only read so much online or do that. You have to make those steps to be involved. And so, we see from our perspective that we're we're able to advocate for more systemic changes. So I like to say that I don't talk about politics, I talk about policies, right? Because politics will exist and politics can inform policies, but education can inform people and people can make changes within politics. And so I think it's our job as Idaho Food Bank to really lean into being an expert on food insecurity, but then partner with healthcare entities who are experts on healthcare, on behavioral health. Partner with folks like Valley Mission you're an expert on homelessness, much more so than Idaho Food Bank is. So if we can make those connections and really wrap services and put that, the person that's experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, you put them in the middle and you surround them with resources instead of putting the effort or the program in the middle and then hoping to find people, right? If you really wrap services around folks to help them, gather the resources that they can select from, that they know they need. Because oftentimes it could be housing prices, but it could also be transportation issues. It could be childcare. It could be access to mental health care. It could be access to health care in general, or even rental assistance. The best way to keep somebody out of homelessness is also like trying to get them the resources that they need that can allow them to divert funding to rent, to a mortgage. And that's where we feel that food, rent eats first. So having food available is taking one thing out of the equation for somebody to help them focus in another way. Because these crises that people are experiencing, they're never siloed, right? It's not very often that you have somebody that's doesn't know where the next meal coming from, that doesn't have maybe a housing issue, doesn't have a healthcare issue, doesn't have a childcare issue or transportation or caring for an elderly family member. There's all these different scenarios that can take place, and you don't know that until you have that conversation and you really wrap those services around them so they can select what they need.
Gotcha. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Well, we're going to get ready to wrap it up. Is there anything else here before I let this thing get done? I know you got a busy day ahead of you.
Oh, yeah. I'm never too busy to do this. This is my work,
I hear you.
right?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You guys don't know, but Randy, he's just been such a huge supporter of us over here in the Valley, and just trying to get things done, get our building open. So, but anything else you wanted to add before I wrap us up? Or
no, all I got to say is thanks for having me on. Thanks for the work that you do. Thanks for your volunteers and your community support. We're so just pleased and honored to be a part of the community through our partnerships. We have our branch that's in Pocatello. We have community members that and we have employees that are community members. They live, they work there. They know that area, and it's just so gratifying to know that we can have a place in helping, assisting not only our partners, but then the neighbors who ultimately are in need of services. So anything that we're able to do, I try to. I never break a rule, but I'm never one to ever shy away from questioning why a rule might exist.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to be a part of any solutions that can take place, and even offer alternatives for solutions as well as we move forward. But I thank you for what you do. All the best of luck. I'm looking forward to visiting the Valley Mission again, seeing the complete building and the new pantry, and I'll even bring food with me.
There you go.
Yeah, I tend to do that. So, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this, and thank you for what you do, Carl, and thank you for everybody at Valley Mission. Thanks to the people in Pocatello and that community in Pocatello that really make a difference in the lives of their neighbors.
Well, I appreciate your time, Randy. And if you guys obviously know we're raising funds for Valley Mission, valleymission.org, but also if you give the idahofoodbank.org, right? Or they can give here in Pocatello.
Yeah.
But if you give the Idaho Food Bank, that benefits us as well, because obviously they get food, and they also get other things. They get other supplies that we might need. So the food bank does more than just food. We partner with them in the wintertime when we do the big turkey drive. It's a big event that serves a lot of families every year.
I'll be there.
Yeah, you'll be here.
Again.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We always enjoy that nice warm November day.
Year 4.
And
I
it's
bring
late this year.
coats.
That ought to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm ready for Pocatello weather. It's so predictable.
That's right. Well, Randy, I appreciate you taking time to do a conversation on the bench with me. We're looking forward to, as you said, to getting that place open sooner rather than later. working toward those funds. And but really, more than anything else, it's just great to get this awareness out here in our community, around our state, even nationwide, as this plays on all the different media channels that we're doing right now. So I'll let you get back to your fun stuff, and I'll get on with mine, man. Have a
All
good day,
right.
Randy.
Thanks. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is
Well, hello, Wayne. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, Bruce, good to chat with you, my brother.
Good.
We're
I'm
doing
here.
well.
Good. Here with Wayne Walker, CEO of Our Calling, and we're here for the Citygate Network, of which Union Gospel Mission is a part of it, for our conversations on the bench. And Wayne, I just really appreciate you taking time out to chat with us a little bit about this, and I thank you for the hospitality that you showed. I think about a month and a half ago at your tiny homes in Ennis, Texas.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me out today. I'm sorry I can't be there with you. As you can see, I'm in my truck. But yes, the last time I saw you, we were visiting our new tiny home community outside of Ferris, Texas, so close to there. Um, but yeah, we had the first house moved in this week. The next 25 or 24 homes will be in the next few weeks, and we'll be open and rocking and rolling before the end of the year. So we're excited about that.
Well, that's great. You know, obviously, I'm talking to you because you're one of the key partners in North Texas that's helping draw attention and solve some of the issues dealing with poverty and homelessness. Tell us exactly what the heck are these tiny homes and what are you guys trying to do?
So, at Our Calling, we help people walk with Jesus and get off the streets. And we get a lot of people off the streets. You know, we look at UGM as a great partner, and it's one of the places we send people to. But we've actually developed a menu of about 1,000 different places we can send people. So we analyze folks. I don't want to get too technical, but we analyze folks using artificial intelligence and a lot of data we collect to figure out the best place for them to go. So a sex trafficking victim, a teenage runaway, a domestic violence victim, a family with 7 kids, right? Someone with special needs. There's different places for different people to go. And, as we do this, we recognize that there's just some people that nobody will take, right? So there's some people that we can't find a place in any one of our partner agencies across the country. And primarily that group that no one takes are those that have long-term care needs, meaning someone who's never going to graduate, never going to get a job, never going to be able to take care of themselves, not because they did anything stupid or foolish, but really because they're elderly, right? They're disabled. So we've got a lot of people that fit into that group, which makes up about 25% of the people that we serve, that have long-term care needs. And I'll give you an example, Bruce. In our age, we're taking care of our aging parents, right? When you think of those that take care of your aging parents or aging relatives, you know that, they get to a point where they need daily care more than just, hey, there's a grocery store down the street, but they need people that can bring groceries to them. And so we're building basically a tiny town. So with a full grocery store, a coffee shop, a medical clinic on site, mental health care, all the support services. And because we're doing this in a rural community, we bought 280 acres. So we're building a 500 home tiny home community. We want to have every single support service on site, not get on a bus and try to go to it on the other side of town, but really all those support services on one site, specifically for those with long-term needs. So at Our Calling, just to recap, we help people walk with Jesus and get off the street. We have street outreach teams all over Dallas County and a little bit beyond. And we have a giant facility downtown, and we're trying to help people daily with all their support service needs. We're not a shelter, so that makes us a little bit unique in the homeless service space. And we really don't want to be a shelter. We evaluate people as a navigation center and help them figure out the best long-term strategy for them. And as we find people that there really isn't a good plan or place for them to go, we're building it. So it's kind of like a retirement community for those elderly and disabled folks that need long-term care.
Right, and that's neat. And like you said, you honor shelter, and that's okay. And it's just wonderful that we have all the different partners in town. And as you know, even the day we were out there looking at the tiny homes, we had both a mutual partner that supports both of our ministries, that understands the key role that Our Calling plays, as well as Union Gospel Mission Dallas, and that's really important. What are some of the significant challenges that your ministry is facing when trying to minister to the poor and homeless?
Well, so Bruce, you and I share a couple of things in common. The first thing is that we have the same Heavenly Father. And I think that's kind of a challenge. So when we look across the homeless service space, there's a lot of secular organizations that don't look at us the same or talk to us the same. And I feel like that's a little bit of a challenge, knowing that as a organization that promotes Jesus, that sometimes we don't get, invited to some of those tables or treated the same as other organizations. I think that's a challenge. Next week I'll be at a meeting with people at City Hall, and then I'm presenting at a city council meeting, and they just look at us a little different, which is okay. As a believer, I'm not going to stop talking about Jesus no matter what, right? I think people need to walk with the Lord, and I think that's the hope of humanity is Christ, right? Other challenges we have is, the same challenges that other nonprofits have. How do we make sure that we're on mission and we're following the process that we're, challenged to follow, and that we're tracking those details? I mean, are we actually helping people walk with Jesus? Are we getting people off the streets? And so for years, I used to be a software developer back in the old ages. And we started building our own platform. So now we've actually launched our own for-profit technology company, building software for nonprofits in the human service space called Neighbor Solutions. And it enables us to solve one of those challenges. It's like, how do we track all the details? How do we make sure we're doing everything that we need to do? And I'll give you one quick example. Last year, we got people off the streets 1,367 times. And to me, that's awesome, right? We're getting someone into the most appropriate long-term treatment center, rehab, housing, boarding home, group home, domestic violence center, sex trafficking recovery center, all these different services. Housing, people get into traditional housing or nursing homes as well. This week, and we're filming this in October, right? But in October, we will have exceeded the number of placements we did all of last year in 2024. So we're able to do more. We're able to get faster. We're able to make better placements, getting people into places that we know are going to stick, tracking better retention. And the biggest challenges is how do we get better at what we do? Because the homeless population is growing. There's a lot of, concern right now in the community about government funding and federal and what's HUD going to do.
Right.
And, I was talking to, people at HUD 2 weeks ago. As a faith-based nonprofit, we happen to not take any government funding. It's never been a good fit for us. So if government funding shakes up, it's not going to impact that much on us financially, but it will make a huge impact on us when our partners struggle. Because when they struggle, we end up serving more people. And so it will cause a critical shift in the entire community if these government funding sources happen. So I think that's another challenge, is trying to figure out how do we keep our head focused straight on a swivel to make sure that we're focused on mission, even though the weather gets a little clouded for a lot of our partners.
Yeah, and I like to say, and I've said before, our calling does an outstanding job of going into the woods, under the bridges, different places, and getting people to a place, at your day center, et cetera, where they can actually be ministered to. And that's why it was so wonderful, the other day when we were talking with one of our joint partners, for them to understand the things that our calling does versus the things that Union Gospel Mission Dallas does, the Salvation Army, et cetera, and how we all have to collaborate together versus, one shop can fix it all. Can you tell us about some of the different ways you collaborate with people? You kind of alluded to it, but maybe spell it out just a little bit more.
Yeah, so at our facility, first of all, as every organization, you need to figure out what you do and do it well, and make sure you do it better every year. But then you draw a circle around what you do and realize that you don't do those other things. And rather than trying to figure out how to do all those other things, just honestly find organizations that do it well and frankly do it probably better than you can. So at our calling, we draw a circle around what we do, and then we invite partners in to fill in the gaps of things that we just don't do and we're not good at. So we have about 15 offices in our facility that other partner agencies come in and fill in on a daily basis. So we have multiple medical service providers that come in. We have mental health care providers. We have pharmaceutical services. The VA's at our place. The city of Dallas is at our place, as well as the Dallas County court system, to help people with citations and tickets and IDs. We have mental health care providers. We have counseling. We have sexual assault trauma experts. We have, of course, SNAP benefits, food stamp benefits. We have all these different agencies that fill this void. And for us, being a navigation center, we're helping people navigate the chutes and ladders of homelessness. And honestly, in the middle of it, they're like, you know what, I need to get back on meds, or my blood pressure is too high, or I lost my ID. or I need SNAP benefits, right? And so having those professionals, counselors, support services available at our facility doesn't happen unless we have significant collaboration. And then we produce this little green book that everybody in Dallas County uses. It's a pocket-sized book that fits in your pocket, and it's actually designed to be the thing you hand out to someone experiencing homelessness. But it's got the top 50 service providers in one book. So where do I go if my girlfriend's pregnant? Where do I go if I have HIV? Where do I go if my dog's sick? Where do I go if I'm a teenage runaway or I need to get a ticket worked on? Or which shelters take sex offenders? Which ones take women with children? Which ones take me if I have a pet, right? Being able to flip through all those sources. And then that only happens because of the collaboration we have with all those agencies. And then, of course, we built a mobile app, Our Calling app, and now the Neighbor Solutions app that works nationwide. And it lists thousands and thousands of shelters and service providers across the entire country. And people use it in every state. Hawaii, Alaska is now people are using it places in Europe and Mexico and Canada. Where can I go if I'm experiencing homelessness? That only happens through those collaborative networks because nobody's trying to do everything. We're the body of Christ. And as part of the body of Christ, we're not trying to be the body, but be the part that God has called us to, and acknowledging that we need others to come in and fill those other voids.
Yeah. Well, I want to let you know, Wayne, I missed you at the Faith-Based Forum this time, but I did talk to one of your representatives there, and we were going over Peter Greer's book, Rooting for Rivals.
Yep.
I just want to let you know that we are rooting for you and say, God bless you. We appreciate all the wonderful things you're doing and the wonderful collaboration that's taking place in our city. I did preempt you. I told you, I said, before you leave, I was going to ask you one question. As a man of God, if you had God's ear, in which we do, what would be the one or two things you would change that you think would make the biggest impact on decreasing poverty and homelessness in our community?
Wow, that's a great question. First of all, sorry I couldn't join you in the Faith-Based Forum. And again, that's a collaborative ministry that a lot of us participate in. I was actually speaking that day at Dallas Theological Seminary. I was their chapel speaker that day. But if we could ask God to do anything to really impact homelessness, of course, the first thing I'd say, come Jesus, come back right now, take us home, right? That would be the first thing. And I know that the Lord could make all this go away. I mean, that's what we look for in Revelation, the day when there will be no more tears, no more crying, no more pain, no more homelessness, no more hungry, no more families, living in poverty, no more abuse, no more women being taken advantage of and exploited. We look for that day when Jesus comes. But until then, the things that we ask Jesus for every day to make a huge impact, the first thing I ask him for is wisdom, right? In all of our roles, we need God's wisdom, not just worldly wisdom and man's wisdom, but godly wisdom in how we work together, in what we do with that donor dollar that comes in, and how we pursue that in ways with integrity, and how we lead our team. So I think we need wisdom. And if I could ask the Lord for anything, I'd ask him to give us all a lot more of that wisdom, a lot of Holy Spirit led, wisdom. And that's what we need, not just kind of, secular brain knowledge, even though we know all knowledge comes from the Lord, but ways that we can work together. Secondarily, I would ask the Lord to just, is what Jesus said when Jesus said to look at all the crowds, right? Jesus said the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. So pray to the Lord of the harvest to send workers. So the other thing I would ask is that the Lord would just send more people our way. And some of those people are staff members. We have about 60 full-time staff members. Some of those people are volunteers. We have about 3,000 volunteers. But some of those people are people like you, that serve in other ministries that we can partner with. Some of them are donors, some of them are advisors. I'm just praying what the Lord tells us to ask for. I mean, first we want his kingdom to come on earth as it is in heaven. And additionally, we want wisdom to know how to manage and navigate this space. And then secondarily, if I could ask something other than Christ's return, it would be that God would just continue to send the right people our way. The right people that sometimes are believers that can support us in amazing ways, but sometimes they're not believers. I reminded when Nehemiah was standing before the pagan king Artaxerxes, right? And he's got a pagan king, and yet the pagan king helped him get everything he needed to be able to go a permission slip and supplies from his own personal Home Depot to rebuild the wall in Jerusalem, right? When Nehemiah rebuilt the wall. And so really it's wisdom and just that God would send more people our way, that he would pray to the Lord of the harvest to send workers in all those different spaces so that we can work together to do what the Lord has called us to do, which is to love him with all we've got and love our neighbor as ourselves.
Amen. And I agree with you, ditto, ditto, ditto on that. Wisdom, discernment, and understanding, much more collaboration in our city, and realizing whether you're faith-based or not, there's plenty of people that need help, unfortunately, and none of us have a total silver bullet to solving the issue. And as we all work together, we can make our community here in North Texas a better place to live. Well, man, I just want to say thank you, appreciate it, look forward to getting together again. We got to get together and do lunch. You pick your favorite place, I'll pick my favorite place. I got the barbecue place. I'll give them a shout out, Cadillac Barbecue in North Dallas, Austin, Midway, and Gamma, man. They got a serious pit master. There's some pretty good stuff. So I'll offer that up, and you tell me your best place, and we'll get together and talk and praise God about the wonderful things that are taking place both at our calling and Union Gospel Mission Dallas and all throughout our city.
I think that we need to spend, all believers and even non-believers that are in this space need to spend more time sitting across the table, having a cup of coffee, chewing on some ribs, trying to figure out how we can break bread and collaborate more. We're not in competition with each other.
Right.
We want to see the Lord rescue people. Some organizations want to do it for different motives, but ultimately
right.
We want to all love our neighbors well. So I look forward to that, and I'm buying wherever you want to go. Let's go, and I'm buying.
All right, sounds good. You know what I think we should do, and I'll ask you to do this for us. Let's pray for all of our city leaders, and since this is going to be a national broadcast, our national leaders as they struggle throughout our country with this issue of dealing with the poor and the homeless and cleaning up our cities. If you lead that prayer in with that, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm going to pull my hat off. Father, we just praise you that you have rescued us out of darkness into light. Father, we praise you that you have given us opportunities every day to be the light of the world and salt of the earth. Father, we praise you that we know your son, Jesus, and for what he's done in our life. And Lord, we just pray specifically for the leaders of this country, the president, the people in the cabinet, the people in our states, the state senators and congressmen, Lord, our federal leaders and our local city leaders, Lord, our mayors and our city council members. Father, we just pray that you would give them wisdom. Spiritual wisdom that can come from you, Lord, that you would reach down to those that don't know you, and you would grab a hold of their heart, and you would bring your gospel, reveal you the mystery of the gospel to them. And Lord, we just pray for collaboration. We pray for things that enable the body of Christ to move forward, to accomplish the missions that you've called us to. Lord, we pray for provision even through those government entities sometimes, Lord, to open doors, to kick them open and provide zoning and, all the different things we ask the cities for. Lord, we just pray that you would bring your kingdom come. Lord, help us to love our neighbor and help us to challenge the rest of the community, secular and believers, to love our neighbors the way Jesus loved people. And Lord, help us to be good models of that as believers. Help us to be firm in our faith, but not to be jerks about it, Lord. How to be gracious and how to be kind. Lord, we pray for wisdom. We pray for, as Paul said in Ephesians 6, pray that we may have the words to fearlessly express the mystery of the gospel. Lord, we praise you. And we pray as brothers in Christ and brothers and sisters that are listening to this, Lord, that Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, that we would trust in the Lord with all our heart and lean not on our own understanding, but in all our ways acknowledge you, Lord, and that you would make our path straight. And we pray this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. God bless you, sir. Have a good day and weekend, and we'll talk to you real soon. And sooner than you think, since you're about.
Looking forward to it, brother. Bye-bye.
All right. God bless.
Yeah.
That's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Wow. All right. When that's done, we'll jump on. Yeah. Go grab my hat. Grab my hat.
Are we still recording?
Yeah, just walk carefully. Rocks and stuff.
Just watch out for that funky dirt. All right. Hop on up. Tell us your name again.
Trisha Payne.
Thanks for sitting down and having a conversation.
Yeah.
So what's your experience with some of the homeless stuff?
So once, I was homeless more than once, but the last time I was homeless was, I was homeless for like 2 years. And I think I was a little bit delusional about my problem, and so I would make ways to make it good. And so I started like preaching somewhat and loving the people, and that got me through it.
Nice.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people he was saying that are on drugs. I knew a lot of those people. I smoked weed, and once in a while I would drink. But it would be, there's nothing else to do, and this is my situation, you come to the reality of it, and you just want to numb that. There's a lot of people that need help, and people don't want to help the homeless or the ones that are using, so they just feel left out.
You know, it's interesting you brought that up. Boy, that's really hot all of a sudden. Did I hit a button? Sorry, I might be picking up. What's that? It's my sound guy playing with sound stuff. Just ignore him. There is a perception in our community that you're homeless because you choose to be. How far off base is that?
Very far off base. No one, I would say no one chooses it.
Right. So what do you think some of the causes that people are you said you knew a lot of folks on the streets for 2 years. Did people just, did they lose their jobs? Did they lose family? Was it a combination?
Combination. People have great loss and a lot of hurting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'll say about that.
You lose a job, you lose your income. You lose your income, you haven't got a way to get around town. If you've got a way to get around town, you can't get to your place. Can't afford your place.
Exactly.
So it's a trickle-down effect. By the time you're done, it's funny, it's not funny, it's sad. In Bannock County, Pocatello, the last Alice report came out and said that there's 31% of our population is living just above poverty.
Right.
Literally, they make just enough to not get any resources at all. So one paycheck away, and they could be living in their car.
Right, exactly.
Did you find people living in their car too when you were out and about?
I also lived in the car, my car got stolen. So, and what they give me SSI, which is not enough for the housing, even at SSI.
Right.
And even the ones that are according to your income, there's waiting lists that are 2 years or longer, so you're on the street.
Yeah.
There's not enough places to hold these people, and I believe that these people need to be loved on. They've broken a lot of bridges, they're down to being homeless, they need some love.
Yeah, hope and joy seem to be distant sometimes.
Right.
On the streets. That's true. That's a good catch there. So let me just ask you this, because I can't answer this question. Is it more challenging and more difficult to be on the streets as a man versus being a woman?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, but as a woman, it's not easy.
I would say that everyone's been pretty nice that I ran into. I think it's harder for a man. People say just go to work, and I've always thought that when I see a man that's homeless, they don't want anything to do with them. But a woman, they see homeless, they're more prone to help.
Interesting. That's true. They seem to gather a little more cash on the corner, so to speak, right?
Right, holding up signs and, yeah.
So if I had the opportunity to make major change in our city, in this area, what would you like to see us do? What do you think we need to do a better job of to help those that are struggling on the streets?
Education.
Okay.
Education about homelessness and education on what your problem is, whether it's drugs, alcohol, you lost someone, you lost your job, so you could even know yourself, like, how did this happen? You know what I mean? Get them back to a place of that. Get them back to remembering themselves, because you kind of lose yourself.
Yeah. Well, you live in a bubble on the streets, don't you?
Right.
And it's a very tight, protected bubble. Wow. Is there anything else you think that we can communicate to people? We're going to have people walking up and down the street today and tonight that are homeless. We've got people that live right around the corner here in our alcove here at Valley Mission. What kind of words of hope and encouragement can we give to them, do you think?
Use your voice. You still got it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. And tomorrow being National Homeless Day, we should be really out there kind of getting people to go, hey, let me tell you. That's kind of why we're doing this now.
Right.
So that we can get some awareness in our community, in our county, in our city, our state. This is going nationwide, and man, if we just change the conversation, we might really help people.
Right.
I really appreciate what you said too, because a lot of times we think the solution is housing.
Right.
Well, they tried that in several cities. They put these places up, they put people in housing, and they, to Trent's point, destroyed the places because what they know is the streets. They don't know the four walls. That felt like a prison. But what works is the education piece with housing, with supportive services, with wraparound services, with accountability, with encouragement. You know, wouldn't it be great to go through this and go, you're doing a great job, keep it up, keep it up. You failed? Okay, we all failed. Let's pick our feet up and go forward.
Right.
That's what we're hoping to do here. When we get our facility open, it'll be that 24/7 care. It won't be easy, not by any means. We're not putting together a program that's just come in and check a box. You're going to have to work hard.
Right.
Because we, like you said, we believe in people, value people. Trent said the same thing. There's good in everybody. We just have to help them rediscover them.
Right.
And you sounds like you've done that. Are you pretty safe and secure now? Or?
Yes, I live at Bella Nicole.
Nice.
And learned that I had some disabilities that I wasn't aware of. But I kept finding myself in mental health hospitals, and sometimes I just needed a place to live.
Yeah.
And sometimes I was serious because I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
So they wrapped their arms around me and they said, we work as a family here. And they said, I think you'll be a good fit. As soon as they said they worked as a family and they gave me a hug, that's all I needed. And they were true to their word.
Oh, wow. Another big shout out to Bill and Nicole. Did you guys plan this? This is awesome. But they are an amazing company. If you haven't heard of Bill and Nicole here in Pocatello, the services they provide are just top shelf, and they genuinely care about people. A lot of times companies and agencies around town, we call them clients, or we call them guests here. But I like the word that we use, family.
Right.
You know, when we put people in here and get this facility going, they're going to be residents because they're part of our home.
Right.
We want to carry that same thing forward. Thank you.
I think that it's important that they know that there's going to be a road ahead of them. They're not just going to get in here and go get a job. They might need mental health awareness and talking to them about that, but that they got a long road and that you guys are willing to stick with them through it all.
Yeah. I just something you said earlier too, and I really appreciate that. You discovered once you started connecting with it, you had some mental issues you needed to work on. And I think a lot of times in our community, here especially, we flip that around. We assume everybody on the streets has mental problems. And that's not the case. Matter of fact, the things that folks we've encountered throughout town, they are sharp, they're intelligent, they're organized, but they're also, their mental clarity is damaged because of the trauma that you've gone through. So I appreciate that. I'm kind of hoping we get that narrative to switch here very soon. That's what we're hoping to do. So thank you for your time. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. You have a good day.
You too.
sir. You know, it was last fall I had the opportunity to take one of those spontaneous vacations. And so I hopped on a plane and headed back east with my wife. I don't know about you, but I often take pictures outside the aircraft. I don't know why I chose that photo. Anyway, thank you. I'll be here till Thursday. As they flew back east, we got up to cruising altitude. The flight crew does what they normally do. They come out and they start working the cabin, and the flight attendant got to our row, and she said to the gentleman on the aisle, "Sir, tonight our flight includes an in-flight meal. Would you care for dinner?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, that sounds kind of nice." She said, "What are my choices?" And without skipping a beat, she looked right back at him and she said, "Well, yes, sir, yes or no?" You love a flight crew with a sense of humor. Well, I think she had a sense of humor. You never know. You know, if I were to ask that question here in the room tonight, what's for dinner? We would have a myriad of responses, everything from, well, we're out tonight, let's just go grab something, fast food, fine dining, and everything in between. For some of us, it'd be like, you know what, let's just grab something on the way home, we'll whip something up, there's something in the fridge, something in the freezer, we'll make it work. Choices would be endless. But for a large portion of our population here in southeast Idaho, and specifically here in Bonneville County, and I would dare to venture that even tonight in this very room, there's a percentage of our population, when you ask the question, what's for dinner? They don't answer with, I don't know, where do you want to go? They answer with yes or no. Yes, when we go home, we'll have enough food in the fridge. Or no, we won't. Yes, we'll have enough food for today, but tomorrow, and when the kids go back to school on Monday, we don't really know. I know what you're thinking. Welcome to the party, Danny Downer. Right? But it's a very real problem we have in our community right now. See, we have a perception problem in our culture of who is impacted by poverty, who is impacted by hunger, and who's impacted by not being able to live the life that we really want to live. There was a study done recently by the United Ways of the Pacific Northwest, and it was a study determined to look at what this group of people is that's really suffering, that's really struggling. This report is called the ALICE report. You may have heard of this. ALICE stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed. And what the ALICE report did for those of us in the volunteer sector that serve in either food pantries or shelters or other social services, it identified what we already knew, what we used to call the working poor. And what it did is identify that there's a percentage of people in the state of Idaho, 37% of our population, who fall into either poverty or ALICE category. And what that means is, for the example, in the state of Idaho, 17% of our population is right at or below the poverty level. 22%, the remainder, the 20 some odd percent, I can't do math at this hour of the evening, that are struggling. They're good, hardworking folks, but no matter how hard they try, they just can't seem to make things work. I don't know about you, but on a global scale, I look at big numbers and I kind of glaze over. So let's take a look at Bonneville County. Bonneville County has a 34% rate of folks that are struggling to get by and folks that are in poverty. And you're thinking, there's no way. How is that even possible? Where are these folks at? I thought people that struggled with hunger and poverty and all this kind of stuff, I thought they were just a different group of people. And you really want to get my ire up, call them those people. But aren't those people homeless? Aren't they the ones who are on welfare and getting kind of assistance and programs? Aren't those people the ones who are out there just too lazy to do anything? Maybe those people are the ones who just have their hands out and all they want to do is have people give them free stuff. I can tell you from experience, we've been in this industry for quite some time, it's less than 3% of the total population. The majority of folks who are out there really struggling are good, hardworking Idahoans. In Bonneville County, it's 12,500 plus households just in Bonneville County are identified in the ALICE or poverty category. Here's who they are, because you're asking yourself that question right now. Well, who are these folks? They're in your family. They're your neighbors. They're your coworkers. They're people you go to school with. They're people you're engaged in activities and sports all throughout the area. And they're people that you go to church with on Sunday. That's a stark reality, I know. But I'm here to ask you tonight to help us fix this problem, because I believe that if we can identify who the face of poverty is, then I believe we can make a difference in our community. I have the privilege of being on staff at First Baptist Church in Pocatello, and he's not kidding, this clicker is touchy. And I get to work with an incredible staff. They treat me great. We get to do amazing things in the community. And one of the things that we offer is the food pantry at First Baptist Church. It's open to anyone in the community who needs emergency food assistance. If they're hungry, that's our only question. Are you hungry? Then come in, we'll feed you. And I was actually at the pantry this one Thursday. It's open on Thursdays, and a young lady came in with her kids. She said, it's our first time here. Now, when we're at what we call the check-in desk here, we don't ask people to tell us their story. We really don't need to know. We're there to serve them. We're there to love on them. We're there to get them some food and get them on their way. But people tend to verbally vomit their story about where they're at because they're nervous. They're anxious. This is a very difficult thing for people to do, to step in and ask for help. So she sat down and she shared her story. She said, my husband and I were both working. We had 2 good jobs. And then something happened within a short period of time. We both lost our jobs, and now we're out of work. And we've been trying to get jobs. We've been interviewing, but we just can't seem to get hired. And here's what she said next. She said, we don't want to be on unemployment. We don't want to be a drain on society. We want to have a decent life. So she continued to say that they had been working hard to try to get jobs, and it was 3 or 4 weeks into this adventure, and she said, we're down to our last few bucks. The money stopped coming in, but the bills sure keep coming. So we had a choice to make. The money we have left, we're going to take that money and we're going to put it toward food and just hope and pray that one of these jobs we've already applied for will come through. Or do we take that money and we put it over here in the gas tank and go and interview for more jobs and just hope and pray that the food comes through? Being a man of faith, I was kind of excited to hear the word prayer. So, hey, can I continue to pray for you while we get you some food? And of course we did. Our team does an amazing job. They treat people with such dignity and respect. I'm honored to be a part of that. They got her set up. They got her connected, got her some other resources. I don't know how many times they came, 2 or 3 maybe, but I remember the last time they came like it was yesterday. Dad came with them. Dad kind of walked in. He just kind of had that look on his face like, things are good. And he just looked at me and he goes, you know what? We both got work. We're getting back on our feet again. We just need a little help to get through this month. But once we're there, if it wasn't for you guys and the resources you pointed us to, we couldn't have made it. So we just wanted to say thank you. The next time you do see us, we'll be here to volunteer. And they came back a couple of times and helped volunteer in the team. It was amazing. That's why we do what we do. That's why I love being a part of this team. You see, we have folks in our community, familiar faces that they just go through life and we have no idea what's going on. The folks that are in this category, the folks that are struggling, these folks that are working hard just can't seem to make ends meet. They don't wear it on their sleeves. They don't wear it like a name tag that says, hey, look at me, I need help. I'm about ready to fall off. But a lot of these families are one decision, one medical bill, one crisis, one job loss away from falling into poverty. Nelson Mandela said it best when he said that poverty, like slavery and apartheid, is a man-made problem, but it can be fixed with humankind. He went on to say that you can restore dignity this way. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It's the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. Yeah. I was talking with Rebecca Ristrom. She is the branch manager at the Idaho Food Bank in Pocatello. They do an amazing job in Southeast Idaho for agencies and for folks that are in this position. And she says, you know, I had a gentleman come in not too long ago, and he pulled up in a nice truck much like this and nicer than mine. And he's just unassuming fella, got out of his truck and walked in, but he wouldn't look at anybody. He just kind of hung his head down, and I need to see about getting a food box. And they said, I'm sorry, what was that? He said, I took a deep breath. I need to inquire about getting a food box. And then he began the verbal vomit. Life was good, had a good job. And when things are going well, what do? We take care of ourselves. We treat ourselves once in a while, don't we? We get a new vehicle, we get a new outfit, we go on a trip. We do something to make ourselves feel special. So he did, but he had a good job. He had a family, they were doing well. Gets a phone call, Dad, we just lost our job. Wife and I both, and now we're at risk of losing our house. Can we move in with you? Just to get back on our feet. Got a good job, not a problem, move in. With the addition of the family and the family members he was already helping, the house mouth count is now at 12. Not a big deal, he's got a good job. And then the bottom falls out. and a layoff happens, it's not his fault. It's just business. We've heard that. Yeah, it's just business, but he still has the car truck payment. He still has the mouths to feed. He still has the bills that are going in. See, this is the unknown face of Idahoans who are struggling. They just want to make a difference. They just want a decent life. But sometimes things beyond their control get in the way. But I believe that if we can get our head around who the real face of poverty is tonight, we can help make a difference. Fast forward to that same story, about November of that year, an elderly woman walked into the food bank and said, "Rebecca, can I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "Sure." She says, "My son was in a really bad spot a while ago, and he came in here, and it wasn't easy for him. He had to swallow his pride. He was embarrassed. He felt like he was letting his family down. But he came in, and you and your team treated him with dignity and respect. Gave him a little bit of confidence back." She goes, "We're not 100%. We're not where we need to be just yet, but we're better. And we know it's Thanksgiving, and we know that people right now in our community, it's a hard time. And we just don't want people to be without a turkey." So she reached into her purse. She grabbed a $100 bill. "I want you to go buy turkeys." What she didn't know was they were about 15 turkeys short, and that covered the bill. You see, sometimes we tend to think that this is the solution to the problem. This does help in an emergency situation. It allows us, agencies, the food banks, all the places that like soup kitchens and whatnot, it allows them to go and get supplies to help people in an emergency situation, but it's really just a Band-Aid. Food donations and clothing donations, they really are just Band-Aids to a bigger problem. I believe that this room is full of the solution. I know that because I'm watching it play out in my life as the people I get to deal with. See, if you would just offer one simple thing, your time and expertise, you can make a difference in somebody's life. You can affect 12,500 households here in Bonneville County. You might be somebody who is just wicked good at writing resumes. You know how to fill out a resume that's got that winning job. You know what? A lot of folks really just want to get a better job, but they don't know how to write a resume that gets them there. It doesn't cost money, it just costs you time to share your skills and your abilities. For some of you, you could help people learn some interview skills that are just land the job in a moment. Offer yourself as a coach. Make yourself available to help someone get a better job so they can learn a new skill so they can get a life of dignity. Maybe you're someone who just likes to just help people cook, and you like to shop. You know, get involved with the Cooking Matters class with Idaho Food Bank, or with cooking things here in town that are offered to folks that are low income or people that are struggling. Give them your shopping skills. Help them learn how to build a grocery list and to use it. Learn how to cook. Many of you in this room, if I asked you to raise your hands, you could do a budget in your sleep. You say the word budget to folks who are struggling, it terrifies them. Show them how to make a grocery budget. Start there. Help them build a household budget so they can get back into a place where they can start looking up in the morning and say, "I'm going to have a decent day. I'm going to have a decent life." So I believe if we understand fully who the real face of poverty is, if we can get our heads around that, then I believe that when the question is asked, "What's for dinner?" no longer will it be yes or no, but they're going to ask you, "I don't know, where do you want to go?"
And Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus. The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality. Because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so good, well-meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us, to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that, and that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us, and then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God. You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity. I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches, English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born. You know, we don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. You know, there's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters. And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. When people speak up for people who have challenges to access to power and access to goods and access to food and food deserts. And so God is moving. Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be on the move, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
Yeah, and being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to step out and do that. And certainly a lot of that comes out of seeing all people in the image of God and bringing a sense of dignity and respect to all people, which therefore then opens all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to welcome, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people with regard to being able to see people as made in God's image, and so therefore it impacts how we interact together and even how we love one another?
Imago Dei is undeniable. It's undeniable. Look, when I run into people, our church has over 15 nationalities, right? And We have Haitians, and we have Colombians, and we have Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary protected status and DACA, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. But if you ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better future. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things that unite us into this common shared destiny of loving one another. And so when you look in the mirror, you say, hey man, I love my kids. This person loves his or her kids. Hey, I want a better future for my family. So do they. But more importantly than that, Christ died for people. And cruciformity is not a suggestion. It's an invitation. And cruciformity is sacrificial. When you see the image and likeness of God in other people, you're willing to go that extra mile. Because you say, well, here's a person Christ died for. Here's a person God sent his son into the world for them. Look, I used to go to church when I was a little boy with holes in my shoes. I was poor. I was very poor. And my mother would always say, poverty does not mean you don't have dignity. Wow. Your economic status is not your spiritual, moral status. And so I wore hand-me-downs from my brothers. It was rough. I don't know if it's still called this, Tom, free lunch. It was called free lunch. They'd give you a card and they'd snap it. And there was a whole stigma around poverty. They've changed that somewhat so people don't notice it. But as a child, it was hard going to the supermarket. And now there's a card that looks like a debit card, an EBT card. But not then. You had to give the actual coupons. And people, there was stigma. And my mother would say, your economic status is not your status before God.
Mm-hmm. So true.
Man, that gave me courage. That gave me a sense of, I can stand up straight, even though I had holes in my shoes. And I don't know if you know this trick, Tom. Yeah. It's called the coloring. What you do is you put a piece of cardboard in the shoe, right? And then you flip it over. And if the shoe is black on the bottom, you take shoe polish, that color, and you color it. Or if it's brown, right? So you color the cardboard, the color of the shoe. I lived like that. But my mother and my father would say, God has a future for you. When you see the image of God in people, you see that God has a divine design, a purpose for them, whether they have a lot of money or they have no money. And so I think that's what the image of God says. It does. Your economic status does not determine your value before God.
Yeah. Amen to that, Gabe. And really, I think that out of that, because we see people that way, as you were talking, I just think of the words in 1 John 3 that says, Christ sacrificed himself for us, so we ought to sacrifice ourselves for others ultimately. And that's the call. And I think I love being part of a movement and with leaders who are committed to do that. And certainly the CEOs that are having these conversations and the teams and staffs of our rescue missions and ministries are certainly doing ministry on the front line. What word of encouragement might you give to them? And for those maybe that are watching these video feeds or live streams that might be standing on the sidelines, what encouragement might you give to them to take a step onto the field and jump into the game?
Thank you. Because I'm a life that was changed.
Yeah.
Your work is not in vain.
Yeah.
Cast your bread upon the waters. After many days, it will return to you. I was in the White House, and I flew on Air Force One. The president asked me, what brought you here? What gave you access to this? I said, oh, who, me? I'm the son of a homeless man. I'm the son of a homeless man whom Christ found, and through the community and the support, his life was changed. So my encouragement is, you never know whose son and daughter's future you're changing with the radical hospitality, generosity, and love. And so my encouragement is, I'm here because of you. I'm able to advocate in the halls of Congress. I'm able to speak with presidents of all parties. I'm able to speak to senators because somebody said, Hector's my father's name. There's dignity in Hector. So my encouragement is, look what God has done through your hands. And like me, thousands of other children and women and men, women who are running from abuse and have, domestic abuse shelters, and children who have a couple meals a day, and men who are learning English, to returning and reintegrating into society after serving their time in the criminal justice system. My word of encouragement, gracias. Gracias. I would not be here if it weren't for rescue missions. I used to pastor in New York, right down a couple blocks from the Bowery mission. I've seen the work. I know what it does. And so I encourage you with a word of gratitude on behalf of the thousands of people you may never hear from. They're anonymous. They're teachers now. They're principals. They're custodians. They're bus drivers. They're lawyers. But you help their mother, their father. You help them. My word of encouragement is your work yields transformative fruit that leads people to flourishing. I bless you for it. Thank you.
That's a great word to end on, Gabe, and really appreciate how sincere you are with that, and how it just comes out of your life and who God created you to be as well. And we just appreciate your support, your partnership, being able to journey and walk together. And I know this will bless many people who watch this conversation as part of the many conversations that'll be happening on benches today. Thanks so much, my brother. Grateful.
All those benches across America, that is gospel work. That is gospel work. So from Orlando, gracias.
Gracias. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
That's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Wow. All right. When that's done, we'll jump on. Yeah. Grab my hat. Grab my hat.
That's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Tom, welcome. Good to have you with us. So you call it 24 hours of conversation on a bench. Tell us about what it is you're doing, the vision behind it, and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share about, can you imagine sitting on a bench for 24 hours? And we're going to have 70 CEOs doing that coming up on October 9 and 10, and really having the opportunity to raise awareness about what homelessness really is, and be able to share some of the stories of really seeing people overcome the challenges that they have in living on the streets, experiencing homelessness, to be able to talk about what are the issues that really underlie this, what's really an epidemic of homelessness in the United States today, and how are we as Christians to respond to that and be able to bring help and healing in the midst of it.
You talk about underlying reasons. So homelessness doesn't always get the coverage it deserves, and it often involves addiction and mental health. Can you tell us more about the ministry of Citygate Network and why you believe working to end homelessness is central, it's core to the gospel?
Yeah, I think the Citygate Network really has been around for over 120 years, and it really was people who wanted to live out their faith and saw those that were really struggling with addiction, mental health issues, alcoholism, those kinds of things way back in the 1800s that said, how can we respond with the love of Christ? And Citygate Network was really started with that vision. And so we have rescue missions and ministries that help those that are aging out of foster care or trafficking, many of those that are the vulnerable populations, those that are marginalized, and being able to just live and love like Jesus to those folks who often have nobody who's reaching out to help them.
Yeah. So, of course, Washington, D.C. has a large homeless population and has been in the news recently as the National Guard cleared out the homeless encampments. Tom, can you talk about the balance between community safety and what some have criticized as an approach that compounds the problem?
Yeah, and we certainly are concerned about safety and at-risk behaviors. And really one of the things is looking and saying, is it about policy or is it about people? And is it about criminalization or is it about compassion? And we certainly want to ensure that there are policies that provide protection and safety for people. But at the same time, recognizing that many times people that are on the street or experiencing homelessness have burned through their social networks. They've burned through their relationships, and they have nowhere else to go. And that's really where our shelters in missions around the country open up their doors to be able to provide safe places for them that can then create safe places in communities.
Tom, we just have a few seconds left. Can you talk about ways that people can get involved, whether they participate in the conversation or they support your effort?
Yeah, we'd love it. You can go to conversationsonabench.org and you can look up the more than 70 different cities and communities that are sponsoring this conversation. And you can watch it via Facebook or YouTube. You could also even go down to the mission and sit on the bench and have a conversation with the local CEO. You can also volunteer in a rescue mission or continue to give. 95% of what our missions do from a funding standpoint is all through private philanthropy and charity.
All right.
And so a number of ways to help.
Tom DeVries with Citygate Network, thank you so much for being with us this evening, and best wishes on the 24 hours on a bench.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, we're still here. We have some folks coming in here in a moment. Well, not in a moment, within the hour. So that'll be good. Sorry, let me turn off this walkie-talkie intercom thing. It's been a quiet night, no shock here in Pocatello. We had one walk up about a half an hour ago. That is actually planning on coming back and sitting on the bench with us and another person. A couple of folks from the streets. So they're just trying to get themselves woke up, and we'll have them here in a minute, and we'll chat about what their situation, not in a minute, but in a bit, chat about their situation. Thank you for the coffee and muffins. That was helpful. Got us going. You've been looking at an empty bench or an odd bench. It's not that we aren't here. We're here. We're just moving around, trying to make sure that we can stay awake and be a little more engaging as the night and then morning goes on. Let me see if I can answer a question here that somebody had. I thought this was pretty interesting. Excuse me. How can we assist people who are homeless without enabling them to remain dependent on others? How can we assist people who are homeless without enabling them to remain dependent on others? That's a good question. And it's not an easy one to answer. People have to be willing to make the change. We could very easily get in the habit of going out on Street Reach and bringing everything they need at different increments in different ways over the course of several weeks. That would enable them. That would not allow them to utilize the resources that are available. So what we do, as an example, and this again could be something you could apply at an individual level, what we do is we take some simple things they're going to need for a day. It might be a bottle of water, it might be a bag. Matter of fact, we got some Chobani bags. Chobani Company donated these bags they created. It was milk, cereal, shelf-stable milk, cereal, a granola bar, some chips, a Chef Boyardee individual cup. So basically stuff for that day in a reusable bag, which was really nice. We add to that things like toilet paper, soap. That's a big needed item. We'll be adding hats and hand warmers, that kind of stuff, in different ways. But that's not something they get all the time. What we also do with that is we're bringing our resource people with us. We're bringing the agencies in town that are part of our Street Reach team to help connect them to what they really need. And then what's beautiful about those connections is they're creating that or making that appointment right there. And then those teams are following up with that individual to make sure they're getting to those resources. So it's a matter of helping people believe that they can do what needs to be done for themselves to get better, and then holding them to a certain standard. Not a high one, it's not super high, but hey, make sure you make the appointment. If you don't make the appointment, let me know and we can maybe arrange for transportation. Remove the barriers that are there, and then again, just give them enough to get moving on. And then what we try to do in this whole Street Reach ministry is build that bridge of trust so that over time they'll begin to trust not just Valley Mission, but if we have free clinic with us, if we have the housing folks from Made for Friends, if we have Cy from VA Services, if we have other agencies with us, they now have a bit of a connection. So now they're willing to take that step and go into that facility to go make that appointment. And we're seeing, just so you guys know how this works, we're seeing some success out of this already. We've had people that we've been visiting with on the streets 2 years, a year. They've made these connections. They've had people following up with them saying, what part have you done your part? We've done ours. We're waiting on you. So that's that level of accountability. It's not heavy. It's not hard. It's just real. It's just honest. We've had just this last 2 months, I think, roughly 2 months, we've seen two ladies, not guys, ladies that have been living in their vehicles. The one gal was in her vehicle for 2 years, and the other gal has been in her vehicle off and on for more than a year. They both have now got housed. They found a place. They work with the agencies. They had the follow through. They did their part. So you might feel like you're enabling somebody by bringing them food, or you're, giving them something like socks or something, or a hat. That's just being human. That's meeting a genuine need in that moment. So that's not enabling. Enabling would be that you show up every day at the same time and give them lunch and breakfast and dinner without having them go and figure out, okay, how do I get stable? How do I find the resources? How do I find a job so I don't have to rely on you to do this? The list goes on and on. So it's just finding the simple things that you can do and the simple ways that you can be generous with what you have and bring that person a little bit of hope. Goes a long way. So good question. I'm glad people are asking those things. Another question we had earlier that I'd like to keep sharing because we have some direct relationship with that here with Pocatello High School and the staff there. Do we have kids that are homeless in our community? There was an interview earlier yesterday that we had one of the CRWs, the community resource workers from the schools, that works directly with a program that helps the homeless kids in our schools. I hope you caught that. The homeless kids in our schools. It just looks different. They may not be living out here in a tent, in a bush, down by a river, in a car. They're sharing space in someone else's home. They're doubling up, or they might have someone that has found a way for them to get hotel space or extended stay space. While that's sheltered, that's not housed. That is a temporary solution. That still, by definition, is homeless. And to be honest with you, do you want to raise your kids in a hotel? Nobody really does. It's better than being out here. So there's a lot of kids who are homeless. We are right across from Pocatello High School. And every year, the number just blows our mind. 2 years ago, I believe the number was 2 years ago, at Pocatello High School alone, we had 80 some odd students that were homeless. 80 juniors and seniors only that were homeless. These are kids that are couch surfing, kids that are living on the streets, kids that are living in their vehicles. The principal showed me a photo of a car a couple years ago for one of her students. In the back seat, the blanket, the pillow, the thing I miss right now because I don't have mine. Those things that you guys have enjoyed, folded neatly in the back seat. And then she had a picture of the trunk of this girl's car. You know those little plastic organizers you have for trays and drawers, right? This one was labeled bathroom. This one was labeled kitchen. This one was labeled school. And it was perfect and neat and tidy. And her clothes were organized and neatly tucked in over here. That was her home. 17 years old. I can't even begin to understand. It's not my place to figure out what happened in those homes. I just don't understand. You're 17, out you go, whatever. And we have students that hit 18 that are in foster care. And when they age out of the system, as if you saw the movie in February with us, No Address, that was a great example. She turned 18, they locked her out and said, hey, we're not getting our money anymore, you're on your own. Sorry, folks, that's reality. That's not just a movie. That does happen. So we've got a lot of kids that are in our community that need help. And we need programs that can help those families get back on their feet so that they can be good parents for their kids. So good question. So I'm glad people keep asking it. We've got some folks that are going to be coming in here a little while. So just hang in there. We'll keep popping some more stuff. Maybe we'll throw a video up. Maybe we'll do that. makes me. And I'll go back and edit this too if we say some things we shouldn't.
No, I'll try not to.
That's
It's always
right.
my goal.
That's right. That's right. Hey, folks, I'm just glad to have this conversation again. I'm sitting here with Randy Ford, the president of the, is it president or CEO or?
It's both,
It's
president
both.
and
So he's in
CEO.
charge of Ghetto Food Bank at a statewide level. Randy and I have had a lot of years' experience. We've got a shared passion for reaching out to people in need and serving our community. I didn't tell you this, but Sika just finished a survey here in town. I'm just now starting to review it. And they identified 4 key categories. It'll be no surprise to you that number 3 or 4 is food insecurity and how people are still struggling. Of course, affordable housing is still the issue. But today on Conversations on the Bench, we're just talking about everything from homelessness to poverty to substance abuse, all that kind of stuff. So, Randy, from your perspective too, I mean, you're in Boise, but you're all over the state. What are you seeing? How the state's reacting, and where you see some need that we can probably address?
Well, I think that fortunate to live in Idaho. Idaho's been part of my life my entire life. So while being in Boise, I have traveled all across the state. And what I see is that just like every individual, every community is unique. So oftentimes you try to use some generalizations or you try to gather some themes, and those get quickly dispelled when you go to different communities and you meet with different folks, because behind each story of food insecurity or homelessness or struggling for resources is an individual story, and not everybody can be kind of bucketed in those themes. So I think that's what I've learned very quickly is that you have to dispel your biases, your preconceived notions of what's behind the need, and just simply ask the questions and be supportive wherever you can be. And then also stretching yourself to be supportive in ways you didn't think you could be as well. So
yeah,
I think that's what I've learned. I try not to generalize, but food insecurity is what we focus on, and that's the great grandiose term that we have for anybody that's experiencing hunger or doesn't know where their next meal is coming from. So I think that's what everything has in common. Everybody has in common in terms of the work that we do, the work that you do, and how we do that together. So I really believe that's the theme, that there is no generalized theme other than there's a problem. It takes a community to react to it, and it takes people getting behind that, and really again to dispel any preconceived notions you have as to why they're there, because that shouldn't impact the fact that you want to help them.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point. What do you think the average person can do to help make a change happen? What's some good things maybe we can help people with?
Yeah, from the perspective of the food bank, and I think it kind of goes into other nonprofits and other social service sectors. People first and foremost can volunteer. Being a part of it, seeing how your work and your energy can make a difference, and then you get to meet all these people that maybe you wouldn't have met in your normal daily life, and make new friends and hear new stories. So I think volunteering is at the root of it. Time is always an issue, and there's never enough time in a day, right? We've all experienced that. But you can also, for us, you can donate food. And it doesn't have to be just expired things. You can actually seek out protein items to give. You can ask your local pantry what they need most, because each pantry can be a little different. And ultimately that's where it comes down to. And if you can, give financially, because you can turn dollars into services, you can turn dollars into food, you can turn dollars into ultimately hope for folks that are experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, oftentimes both. And it's really that act of dignity that you're being a part of. I want to say give to, but you can't. I don't think you can give dignity. You can give hope, and it allows for dignity to really take hold within those folks and within people that are having a struggle.
Yeah, I think you said something too at the beginning that struck a chord too. That when you go out to all kinds of places throughout the state, I mean, food insecurity and homelessness, all these things, they don't know class. No. They just. I mean, you didn't say it that way, but I mean, there's no. It's the same. And are you seeing a lot of issues in Boise with homelessness that are similar to maybe some of the issues we have here in Pocatello? Are they different? How are you seeing things?
Well, I think at the root of it is that it's an economic mobility concern. So, and when I say that, it means cost of housing, cost of, goods, services, access to resources. I think those are the themes we see throughout the state. And just like it doesn't really know a class, it doesn't really know a demographic, it doesn't really know a zip code. It can be your neighbor living next door that's kind of maybe they don't want to tell people that they need help. They don't want to ask for help. And it can also be a family member. It can be a coworker. So oftentimes you do have to dispel those, like, well, that's a problem over here, or it's worse over there. I don't think that moves the needle when you try to compare a worse case when there's still a problem in a better case. So,
yeah, no, that's it's tough. It's we were talking earlier offline too about using that phrase, those people, and a lot of people. There's just this perception of, well, the homeless people they're drug addicts, they're drunks, they're criminals, they're mentally ill. And from our perspective here in Pocatello, I tell people all the time, especially in the encampments we go to, these are some sharp people, but they're all like us. They made one stupid decision, one bad decision that cost them everything. And so, helping them find a way back is tough. And I mean, you talk about losing everything, that I can't imagine what that does to their mentality, their mental health, if you will. And are you seeing, I didn't ask you this earlier, are you seeing like a gap in the state in some of the things we can do on the mental health side? Is there some things we can do better there, do you think? Or
I think it kind of is summed up is that any system or structure that you try to put in place to help folks and not meet them where they're at, I think that's anytime that happens, you're going to see some struggles in terms of services being either offered, available, or just readily known. So oftentimes people consider the person broken, when maybe the system they're operating might be the broken piece.
Yeah.
It's kind of set them up for that. So any municipality, any state is going to have their struggles. Again, it doesn't have to focus on it's worse over here or it's better over there. In reality, there's affordable housing shortages all over the state. National Realtors Association ranked Idaho the second least affordable state in the nation when you compare it to income versus home prices.
Wow.
And you think, well, immediately, like, everybody goes to, well, who's number one, right? Because you're like, well, got to be better. We're better than somebody, right? Like, does that make it better for the people in Idaho experiencing that?
Yeah.
Not really. But by the way, it's Montana, if you're wondering. So I think that those comparisons can often, they can get in the way of and create some additional preconceptions about what's going on, when in reality the community is everything. So nobody can overcome a crisis alone, regardless of how strong you are, how much weight you can lift, how many family members you have. You need to have somebody walking alongside you, and that's why I feel fortunate that we're able to partner with agencies like the Valley Mission, because volunteers are showing up consistently. Community members are supporting change, and they're walking alongside folks, because that real impact happens through that collective effort and sustained commitment from the community.
Absolutely. I like that. We just shared with somebody this morning the fact that I think one of the unique things about Pocatello is our strong collaboration between nonprofits and working together for the common good. There's a lot of misconception here in our leadership. I'll say that carefully. That think that we're all standalones. We are in that regard, but we're all working together like I've never seen before. What are some of the, and with our partnership with the Idaho Food Bank, I know Key and her team doing a phenomenal job in the community. What are some of the things that the Idaho Food Bank does in community here that maybe some folks watching may not know about? How do we collaborate with other things and people around the city?
So I spend quite a bit of time traveling. My second office is my truck, I think, at this point. But thankfully, I'm able to take some nutritious food with me. But I've gone to the Pocatello Chamber of Commerce. I go to the different events that are in Pocatello. And I think that's where you get a real feel for what's happening in the community, is actually going to the community. Yeah. You can only read so much online or do that. You have to make those steps to be involved. And so, we see from our perspective that we're we're able to advocate for more systemic changes. So I like to say that I don't talk about politics, I talk about policies, right? Because politics will exist and politics can inform policies, but education can inform people and people can make changes within politics. And so I think it's our job as Idaho Food Bank to really lean into being an expert on food insecurity, but then partner with healthcare entities who are experts on healthcare, on behavioral health. Partner with folks like Valley Mission you're an expert on homelessness, much more so than Idaho Food Bank is. So if we can make those connections and really wrap services and put that, the person that's experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, you put them in the middle and you surround them with resources instead of putting the effort or the program in the middle and then hoping to find people, right?
Right.
You really wrap services around folks to help them, gather the resources that they can select from, that they know they need. Because oftentimes it could be housing prices, but it could also be transportation issues. It could be childcare. It could be access to mental health care. It could be access to health care in general, or even rental assistance. The best way to keep somebody out of homelessness is also like trying to get them the resources that they need that can allow them to divert funding to rent, to a mortgage. And that's where we feel that food, rent eats first. So having food available is taking one thing out of the equation for somebody to help them focus in another way. Because these crises that people are experiencing, they're never siloed, right? It's not very often that you have somebody that's doesn't know where the next meal coming from, that doesn't have maybe a housing issue, doesn't have a healthcare issue, doesn't have a childcare issue or transportation or caring for an elderly family member. There's all these different scenarios that can take place, and you don't know that until you have that conversation and you really wrap those services around them so they can select what they need.
Gotcha. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Well, we're going to get ready to wrap it up. Is there anything else here before I let this thing get done? I know you got a busy day ahead of you.
Oh, yeah. I'm never too busy to do this. This is my work,
I hear you.
right?
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You guys don't know, but Randy, he's just been such a huge supporter of us over here in the Valley, and just trying to get things done, get our building open. So, but anything else you wanted to add before I wrap us up? Or
no, all I got to say is thanks for having me on. Thanks for the work that you do. Thanks for your volunteers and your community support. We're so just pleased and honored to be a part of the community through our partnerships. We have our branch that's in Pocatello. We have community members that and we have employees that are community members. They live, they work there. They know that area, and it's just so gratifying to know that we can have a place in helping, assisting not only our partners, but then the neighbors who ultimately are in need of services. So anything that we're able to do, I try to. I never break a rule, but I'm never one to ever go shy away from questioning why a rule might exist.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to be a part of any solutions that can take place, and even offer alternatives for solutions as well as we move forward. But I thank you for what you do. All the best of luck. I'm looking forward to visiting the Valley Mission again, seeing the complete building and the new pantry, and I'll even bring food with me.
There you go.
Yeah, I tend to do that. So, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this, and thank you for what you do, Carl, and thank you for everybody at Valley Mission. Thanks to the people in Pocatello and that community in Pocatello that really make a difference in the lives of their neighbors.
Well, I appreciate your time, Randy. And if you guys obviously know we're raising funds for Valley Mission, valleymission.org, but also if you give the Idaho IdahoFoodBank.org, right? Or they can give here in Pocatello.
Yeah.
But if you give the Idaho Food Bank, that benefits us as well, because obviously they get food, and they also get other things. They get other supplies that we might need. So the food bank does more than just food. We partner with them in the wintertime when we do the big turkey drive. It's a big event that serves a lot of families every year.
I'll be there.
Yeah, you'll be here.
Again.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We always enjoy that nice warm November day.
Year 4.
And
I
it's
bring
late this year.
coats.
That ought to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm ready for Pocatello weather. It's so predictable.
That's right. Well, Randy, I appreciate you taking time to do a conversation on the bench with me. We're looking forward to, as you said, to getting that place open sooner rather than later.
working toward those funds. And but really, more than anything else, it's just great to get this awareness out here in our community, around our state, even nationwide, as this plays on all the different media channels that we're doing right now. So I'll let you get back to your fun stuff, and I'll get on with mine, man. Have a good day, Randy.
Thanks, Carl.
Oh, is it running that commercial? Promo videos? Oh, okay. Ah. Okay, sorry about that. So I was off camera there for a minute, visiting with one of our neighbors on the street, our guests on the street, if you will. He said he'll come back, but it was it's just good to catch up with him. I haven't seen him around in a while. One of our guys that if I gave you his description, you'd probably recognize him. He walks a lot around downtown here, so I just want to make sure that we get him back and talk with him. It's a good example of, I think sometimes people see folks on the street and they don't realize there's another part of their lives that they're not connected to. This gentleman has a 9-year-old son that just lives right over here around the corner, and he's working hard with a couple of our agencies to get housed. He's got some resources, but it's difficult for him in his mental capacity to really get things done. So when we see him and others see him, we're all asking the same question: have you made that appointment? Have you got connected? And he sounded more hopeful today than he has in a long time. So I'm hoping he'll come join us here in a little bit and share his story. We've got another gentleman that we're waiting on here that's still resting. And as soon as he wakes up, we'll get him on camera as well. So it's been a quiet night. But we've had some good conversations off camera just with the rest of those of us here, and had some good breakfast. Thank you for that. That was a good start. Now caffeine's kicking in, and we're getting into that second gear now, or fifth gear, whatever it is by the time you come to the end. So just want to remind you too, as you're waking up this morning, getting ready for the day, we have a $50,000 match that we're trying to get filled out. I have not checked. I haven't checked for a few hours because I didn't think folks would be up doing stuff. So if you're in a position to help Valley Mission get closer to that goal, we would love to have you jump onto valleymission.org, and you can click on the donate there. You can come down here. We've got resources here. You can scan the QR code. We've got folks here that can help you get things set up. Our camera's doing that. I think we may have worn it out. Let me see. Let me check. I don't think that's this one here. I'm just checking to make sure the plug may not have gotten. We learned that if you bump the plug, yep. Do we still have video? Okay. Okay. More technical stuff, like a plug. We didn't know. Anyway, you can give right out here. We can help you with that as well. But again, we've got some folks that want to give some funds either this weekend or coming up next week. That's fine. What's the beauty of this amount of money we can raise will allow us to get our fire sprinklers into our food pantry space, which is right behind us. Our company that's going to be doing that can get that system in and can get it capped, so we don't have to do the entire system. So that'll be a huge cost savings right there. We also have to bring the gas line in, which is on the other side of the building. And due to the construction of the main floor in here, they have to bring it up over top of the building and then drop their lines and do that. So that's a little bit more expensive than just running a line. When they do that, we are going to also have them bring in the 2 rooftop units that will do the heating and cooling upstairs. Those have already been paid for. We were able to purchase those last year, so they've been in storage. So to bring the crane in and to get those in and the cuttings in the roof and all that kind of stuff, that's another $2,000. That's nothing in comparison to what we're trying to do. Then after that, we can actually have our electrician come in and pull wires into the food pantry areas. The wires are the cabling for those panels, and the panels are installed. So now it's just a matter of having the electricians come in and actually run the conduits to each outlet and light fixture, etc. After that, then we'll be able to get the exterior walls insulated, get those all taken care of. Plumbing's already in, all in that area there. We just have to add fixtures. That's the beauty of that. So it's coming together. So these funds will help us get a lot of that done. Again, if we can get upwards of the 50,000 match, that would be beautiful. We had another gift come in last evening. I think I said this before, the $5,000. Man alive, I wonder if we've got, so it's a, oh, here it is. It got disconnected here. Ha ha!
They're wrong. You're good. There
are 2 parts to that cord. Oh, it's never dull. Anyway, so toward the $50,000 match, I won't keep harping on that. So we'd had 5,000 came in at last night, which was really good. That helped us get closer on that other match that we had for 25. So there's some neat things happening. For those of you that may not have heard, one of our donors, one of our stories, and I'll share that in a little while. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that now. And that will help explain what I'm about ready to tell you. Let me find it. Let me find it. Where did she go? There it is. This is from a former member of First Baptist Church, been a big part of the church for a long time. Even when we first got here in 2001, she and her family were a big part of the church. They since have moved away, but they still stay connected to the work that we do here. And she was always a part of, as you'll hear in the story, a part of our warming shelter that we did here a while back that we need to get back on track with. Hi, Carl. It's been a long time since I was first involved with the shelter at First Baptist. Just wanted you to know that the work Valley Mission does is still in my mind. I'm awake in the middle of the night thinking about it. There's a difference between being homeless and hopeless. The general public is too quick to judge the person for their different choice of lifestyle. I'm curious about each one's backstory. In our family, we moved a lot. I came out willing to move from place to place and always able to make a home. My older brother always felt homeless. He joined the military and knew what to expect, but he couldn't accumulate anything and was really homeless. He anchored himself for a while in the community, but was only perceived as a down on his luck person living in a shack. People imagined he had nothing to contribute to the community. They cared in some ways by dropping off food and water, blankets, clothes, etc., but what he really needed was a purpose, to be seen as someone who could make a difference, no matter how small. Being seen as an individual with value and worth, something Jesus was good at, and the rest of us, not so much. People, I believe, need a purpose. For everyone has their own story with different answers needed. I'm glad Conversations on the Bench is happening in Pocatello, and I hope Valley Mission gains some insight. Here's my challenge for you. This really blew me away. She said, for every conversation you have, I will donate $1,000 up to $10,000. I will give an additional $10,000 if you're able to raise $20,000 elsewhere by October 15th. This is not for me. The donation would be on the behalf of my brother, Garrett Knight, who is still seen as hopeless just because he doesn't act or look like others think he should. He's dismissed as a bum. He has a story I am still seeing played out and still trying to figure out where the tipping point was. That's pretty awesome. And thank you. Thank you for the challenge. I hope that we'll rise to that. I feel like we're on our way, so we just want to honor Garrett by having these conversations. So everybody, I like what she said, everybody has a story that's different, and we've got to try to understand that instead of just making assumptions and snap judgments and snap decisions. We're all guilty of it. There's none of us that can say we haven't done that. And but we're just trying to get people to stop for a minute, have this conversation, whether it's here, whether it's at work, whether it's at the restaurant, whatever it might be, and maybe dig a little deeper. And don't take everything you see at face value. One of the gals said it today, there's different levels of homelessness. We just don't look at it that way. But she talks about that from a lived experience. And so do we understand what that means? Do we understand what that looks like? Not until we ask questions. And the only way to ask questions is to stop, take a moment, go eye to eye with somebody, and ask them their story. How'd you get here? What caused you to be in this situation? If they're willing to share that, you're going to get an earful. It's going to shock you. So that's why I love what I get to do, and I get to be reminded every day of how blessed I am, but I'm also reminded that we're one or two bad decisions away from putting ourselves in a spot where we could lose everything, like many of our folks have. So one of the questions that came up too is what do you do with people who choose that way of life, who choose to live on the streets? The technical term in our circles, if you will, in our business that we do, is chronic homeless. It's an interesting term. We saw this a lot down in LA, and we see it up here as well. Not as much, but it does exist. When you've been on the streets as long as some of these folks have, that becomes your way of living. And for you to ask them to change that, for you to break everything they know and expect them just to flip it overnight, that's impossible. There's a certain level of comfort. There's a certain level of peace, believe it or not, that comes with being in that position. And if you saw the movie No Address that we showed in February, they depicted this community of homeless folks that just kind of stayed connected to one another. They looked out for one another. They had rules, they had boundaries, they had guidelines, and they just made sure that everybody in their community was safe. And I can tell you without question that happens here in this community. We've got encampments in town that we go to, and that's exactly how it is. There is a structure, there is an accountability, there is a caring for one another, there's a sharing of resources, there are rules, and it is a way of life for them. So if that's all they know, to take a person that's been on the streets, living in a tent, living under a bush or whatever, and then stick him into 4 rooms with a door and a window is more like prison to them. There's no freedom. So until they understand how to make that transition, we got to work with them. We got to help them work through that. So it's interesting to see how that plays out when you go out here on the streets and experience it firsthand. It is humbling. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm tired of talking. It's your turn to talk. I said, I'm tired of talking. It's your turn to talk. We're stalling. We're waiting for people. We got people coming here eventually, so we'll get there. So I'll step off for a minute and come right back.
Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
Segments be available for us? Yeah. So where we have recorded this live on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel, one of the reasons we wanted folks to sign the media release form was so that we could use these for different events. And so this is going to be, it's going to be studied a lot and used a lot. I think there's going to be some good stuff that comes out of this. So I'm talking with one of our board members off camera because she's too shy. I'm just kidding. She is not shy. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This will be a good teaser to put out there, and because we do want to do it again next year. And one of the things we did not get involved with this year was what they call CEO to CEO connections. So through Citygate Network, we can communicate with other rescue missions that are on this channel, on this program this year. We haven't built a lot of those relationships because we haven't connected with a lot of missions across the country yet because we've been building this thing. Now that we're getting this thing built, I didn't even realize that the microphone was clear down here. So I'm hoping my belly wasn't growling when I did all that stuff. Yeah. Tech persons have been here a long time. That's all that matters. Yeah, the thing's moving on the thing. It's getting rummy around here, and we like it. So where we are establishing Valley Mission, why we might know some names, we haven't really built those relationships. So what's happening right now, I hope this thing won't go off. I'm on a intercom system with Fresno, which is kind of the central for this, and you'll hear different rescue missions talking about setting up, hey, are we good for this call? Are we good for that interview? Is Tom available for this? So what's been happening overnight is Fresno might have a sit down with Dallas, and Pittsburgh might get on a call with Charlotte. And they just talk about what's working in their mission, what they're struggling with, what are some things they're seeing. So we'll get involved with that next year. I think this was just a good, there we go. There's Fresno checking in with Eugene. This is just a good intro for us, I think. And as I said earlier, what's been really good is folks have got on the idea that the conversations matter. That has to happen. And so this is a great place to start. And so next year I'm excited for what can come out of this on even maybe a more of a national level. I don't know. But so right now, the last number I heard was there's 70 rescue missions across the country who are involved in this. Everything from California to Pittsburgh. I'm not sure how much further. Was there Maryland? No, I don't think there was. And then we've got some folks down in the southern part of the country, Texas, Carolinas. They're all over. We've got Great Falls, Montana is one of them as well. So we were joking about that earlier. It's like, some of these bigger rescue missions, Fresno and Dallas, they got people all night long. And we're in Pocatello or Great Falls. There goes a moose, You want to talk about homeless mooseness? Home mooseness. That's a weird word. I'm getting tired. So anyway, good. It's fun. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. The expected, what Citygate is expecting this to reach was anywhere between 3 and 5 million viewers, which is pretty incredible. I guess on a national level you can see that. We don't see that here, obviously. We're lucky. We're happy to get a couple hundred viewers. The first time. It's interesting. I was talking to somebody just the other day. We had no idea Valley Mission was going to do this. I'm like, okay, we haven't put it out there a lot lately, but we've been in the news a lot. We've been out there talking to a lot of people, but there's still a lot of folks who don't understand what we do and what we're going to do and what we're trying to do here with this facility. So this has been good on that level as well. It's been just people walking through here, so it's been fun. We'll see what happens. Yeah. One of the comments that she was making, Eunice was making offline, was we hope that people realize we don't want to hear again that we don't have homeless people in Pocatello. You even had someone tell you that we don't have, it's all, pretty much fabricated. The numbers aren't real, and you can ask the folks that have been on the bench and the folks that are hopefully going to be here a little while that are living on the streets. Sorry, the reality is we're seeing 15 to 25 people a week when our teams go out, and of those 15 to 25, it's not the same ones. And last week, the 15 to 25 we visited, 7 on the first day out of 17 were new. We had a guest that came up tonight that was hopefully going to come back later. I'm not connected with him yet. And again, somebody else that is living, I'm guessing he was down by the library based on where he came from and just his condition. So, yeah. I don't know how we fabricate the people we meet. That's a tough one. So, it's interesting. We've got, we're going to have Kia come in from the food bank here in a little bit, and she's going to be able to talk to us about what they're seeing from the food bank and how the food bank can help out with feeding folks. And we are grateful for the food bank partnership that we have. There's no way this pantry happens without that. The reason we can go to 14 different stores on Wednesday and Thursday and pick up donated food is because of our partnership with Idaho Food Bank through Feeding America. Otherwise, we were doing it just on our own, and we were just getting the leftovers that they had and ordering from them. When Kia came on board a few years ago, they were the ones that were getting all the food, bringing it to the distribution center, and then sending it out. Well, that's all good and well for stuff that you can freeze, but fresh produce goes bad quick. Bread and bakery items go bad quick, even though you can freeze those, but then they just get weird. So take the middleman out, allow the stores that can more quickly distribute it, go get it, it's fresher. And what that helped us do on a pantry level was that increased our fresh and nutritious food value intensely. So that's been really amazing. The stores in this community are super generous. It's just amazing what we get. So she'll be here, and we're going to have Terry Fredrickson from New Day Products and Pacific Rim Counseling. He'll be up here this morning as well, talking about the mental health things we're struggling with in our community. Terry is a great advocate for the mental health here in our community as well as on the state level. So we'll be hearing from him on what we kind of need to be looking for and what we should be trying to make available here in the community. I've invited Mayor Blad to come on and talk to me about the warming shelter project that he and I developed years ago, and how we're trying to move forward and what the city can do to help us meet some needs, not only with the warming shelter, but with vehicles in the wintertime and campers in the wintertime. Folks are living in those vehicles and having to move multiple times, and it just adds another layer of trauma, takes money out of their pocket to put gas in the tank to move the vehicle, and so on and so on and so on. So we've been working on a couple of things to try to find space for that. So I'm grateful for that conversation coming up a little bit later too. So looking for my Dutch oven donut guy. He's not here yet. No pressure, Darren, if you're watching. No. I didn't listen. Okay, doggone it. So Wednesday night, I was lied to about a dinner I had to go to. I said it nicer than that on my text. My wife and my daughter both, and a couple of friends, misled me into believing that my daughter was getting an award at the annual chamber dinner, where they recognize different people for different things. And one of the awards is called the Black Belt Award. Portland Valley Partners has been developing this and identifying volunteers in our community who go above and beyond and make a difference. So I'm sitting there at the table, and I'm, like most good Baptists, the table in the very back row. So I'm way out of line of sight. And this person comes up. This is great. That's cool. And this person comes up, and I was looking at the program, and the gal presenting is a gal who comes to our church, sings on our worship team with me. Good friend. She's been with a good friend of ours for years. And all of a sudden, I hear my name, and I look up, and my name's on the screen. I'm like, I look to my left at my wife and my daughter. Man, you guys are so dead. And the guy that walked behind me, I said, I'm not going to miss a meeting again. And so I was recognized for Black Belt Award, which just celebrates volunteers who go above and beyond to make a difference. I can't even remember what was said. I don't get speechless very often. You can ask Mike. He'll tell you. And it was an honor. And I texted the board. I texted the board too because I got the award, but it takes all of us to make this happen. It takes a board that understands our vision. Man, there's something blowing right now. My eyes are burning. It takes someone who understands a board that understands the vision and is willing to partner with the vision and move that thing down the field, move that ball down the field. And so it was humbling. It was pretty cool. That is dirt. Oh, it's my pleasure. It genuinely is. If you asked me 10 years ago if I'd be doing this, I'd say, I don't know what you're talking about. And here we are. It's just proof positive that my life plan's not in my control. So, all right, I'm going to step off because I really do have something in my eye. Unmute for the speakers. Got it. Go ahead. Is the feed over? Perfect. And the yeah, exactly. This is going to be fun with the traffic.
Okay, next up, a person who is a member of our Life Change program, a graduate, and someone who is an inspiration for so many. I'm going to welcome Jackson Conrad to the stage.
Check one, check one. This is Carl in Validation, Pocatello. Beautiful. I wonder if I just moved down to the ground, huh? Yeah, we'll just get a little closer that way. It's a little easier. There we go. We'll just run. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm awake.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Where are you zooming in from?
We're zooming in from Pocatello, Idaho.
Pocatello, Idaho. Nice.
Yes. And the traffic is now coming at this time, which is great. That's okay. We'll make it work.
The car traffic or foot traffic?
Car traffic. Yeah, it's that hour of the morning. We have a high school right down the road from us, so this is a good time to do it. The students will start showing up in about a half an hour.
Yeah. That's awesome. How's your bench gone so far?
You know, it's actually gone pretty good. We didn't know what to expect. Pocatello is only about 80,000 people, and we're actually just building. We are building this rescue mission right now as we speak, so we're not even operational. So we've been doing a lot of stuff on the streets, and so we've had some good conversations, especially at the beginning, from folks that are on our streets that we've been able to help. I forgot to turn this walkie-talkie off. That'll help. And we've had some really good conversations with some folks who've had some parents actually were on one of our one of our conversations earlier about struggles with their daughter in addiction, and then not 10, 15 minutes later, the daughter who is recovering, now 2 years clean, was also on with us. So it's been kind of cool to see that whole piece kind of take place. It's been good. First time ever,
awesome.
So we'll see.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool getting to hear some of those stories from around the country.
Yeah, it's been fun to see that, and we've had like a lot of cities have had a lot of misconceptions, and it's just some really maybe just some bad ideas of what homelessness looks like, and we've actually run into some things here just in the last few weeks in our community. And so the timing of this conversation on the bench has been a godsend. And actually everybody that's been on the bench tonight has said the exact same thing. We're glad we're finally having this. We're glad it's out there in the open. We're going to have our mayor on here this morning, and we're going to talk through some things with him. We've got a great relationship. We've got some things we've been working on. So, like I said, this is the first time we've ever done this. Ran into all kinds of fun things at the beginning, but we got through it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So tell me, how many? What's the homeless counts in your area?
So we are out of the state of Idaho. We're number 2 in the state in homelessness. That is a pretty high number. On any given day, there's about anywhere from, the nightly count has been anywhere from 80 to 120 people on the streets, and we know that here in Pocatello, that's about 4 times more than what that really is. So we're seeing quite a few folks. Pocatello is about 2.5 hours north of Salt Lake City. And so those resources get tapped out a lot. Folks come up this way. But the interesting thing about us here in Pocatello, I was sharing this with a group earlier, 94 to 96% of the people we're seeing on the streets are from right here in our community. So there's not a lot of transfer homelessness that's coming in. It's just folks right here struggling.
Yeah. So what do you look at the reasons why homelessness happens in your community?
Well, it's going to be a broken record, right? There's all kinds of bad decisions. We all make a bad decision that puts us in a position. Our biggest issue, of course, here like everybody else, is the lack of affordable housing for folks to get into, with follow-up care and programs to help them to get grounded and grow from that. In addition to that, we've got a challenge with livable wages. So they can get a job, but now they're getting 2 and 3 jobs, and they're still not able to get into a place where they can survive. And then we've got obviously, like most cities, we've got issues with addiction. Folks coming out of addiction or coming out of recovery, coming out of the prison system, and not having a safe place to land. They're reoffending and going back in within 3 to 5 months. We have a shortage here in follow-up in care from some of the legal side with probation and parole. Should be to them in about 30 days. They're lucky if they can get to them in 3 months. Well, by then they've reoffended and we're back in again. So that's also contributing to a lot of our homelessness. They go back in, they reoffend, they're back on the streets again, they're back using again. So it's a combination of all kinds of things that you guys as well are all familiar with as well.
So, I'm in an area of California where, people can live outside year round pretty much. But you're in an area that I assume gets a lot of snow. How does that impact your homeless population?
It impacts them in the way that they go from a tent to a vehicle. We have a high number of people living in cars and campers in parking lots around here through the wintertime. And the added level of trauma is when they're in a parking lot, of course, the police come and say you've got to move, so they've got a couple layers of trauma to deal with there. And so what we're working on here in Pocatello right now is we're working with the city to identify a place where we can send all these vehicles, these campers to that's safe, that's overseen by us. But then now we have a place we can also send additional resources into for the winter months only. We know that's a challenge, but luckily our mayor's got a little bit of vision toward a piece of property here. He's buying into that a little bit, so we're hopefully going to have a place for that. But we have a lot of folks who will also compromise in the winter months, especially our women, that will put themselves in a very compromising situation just to get off the streets. And so we're trying to get this facility open behind me so that we can give them a better option, obviously, and also get them some education in the process.
So tell me about your facility that you're building.
Sorry, I had a big truck go by. Does that tell you about the facility?
Tell me about the facility you're building. Yeah.
So what we are remodeling a facility behind us, Valley Mission. It'll house our new our food pantry, and then we'll have a minimum 18-bed shelter that we can expand, emergency shelter that we can expand to 30 in our dining area if we need to. But the crux of the program is a transformational living program. It's a 16-bed dorm-style housing program. That is a 6-month program. They can come in. It's intense. They'll get everything from jobs and education, mental health, mental counseling, relationship building, conflict resolution, spiritual development, all the things they need, parenting, counseling, mental health, mental coaching. It's a 6-month minimum. They could go 8 months if they needed to, but obviously the goal is to get them in here, get a good assessment, give them foundational tools, so when they leave the program, they're housed, they've got a job, they've got a vehicle. If they're in debt, we're going to help them get out of that debt. The model that we are stealing this from, not shying away from this at all, is Haven for Hope down in San Antonio. I think they're one of the best agencies in the country that have done this program, and so we've met with them a couple of times, have stole a lot of their information and their ideas, and we're just kind of growing with that on a much smaller scale here. They do it on 22 acres down there. We're in 15,000 square feet, but it's coming.
Yeah. Well, got to start somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this has been a great tool for us too. We've, like many of us, I know that we've kind of been in that weird spot with funding last couple of months, and I'm proud to share with you guys here today that we've had some incredibly generous gifts here in our community, and that we have raised over $100,000 just since we started this event last night. And this is going to help us get our food pantry finished and moved over, which will free up our space at First Baptist Church where we are currently to open up our warming shelter. So this has been beneficial on so many levels.
That's awesome. So you raised over $100,000 just with this event.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's great to hear.
God is good, man, I tell you.
That's great to hear.
So we're just honored to be a part of this. We're glad we could do this. We don't, as I said, we're kind of building this thing from the ground up, and so we didn't jump into a lot of the CEO to CEO calls because we really haven't established those relationships yet. But it's been fun just to listen and kind of see what's been going on and to hear some of the conversations that have been happening either on here or on the walkie-talkie app, as I call it, the intercom. So.
Well, I think that's a great thing about this event is it's hard to mess up. There's not like a single right way to do it, and I think the unique thing about it is it's not like we were talking earlier and I was trying to encourage people when they're getting nervous. It's just in a banquet where if the food doesn't show up, the whole banquet's ruined, right? Or your speaker doesn't show up, the whole banquet's ruined. And there's going to be glitches and there's going to be glitches and internet's going to go down and something's going to happen, but it's 24 hours.
Yeah.
And nobody starts watching in hour 1 and watches all the way to hour 24.
That's right.
And so I think it's all gravy. I think anything that happens, you have time with conversation, you have time with a few breaks in, some breaks in there, and I think it's all good. So
yeah.
So I'm glad you've had a good experience with it.
Yeah, it's been fun. We've had our glitches on the front end, like everybody, like you said, internet goes down or this doesn't work. But we've kind of kept that same attitude here. It's casual, flow with it, go with it, and just let God do what He's going to do. It's what was cool for us. We had some people scheduled, like all of us did, and things happened, and just some of the conversations that came naturally from people who walked by. Or we had our food pantry open yesterday at 3:30, and folks are in line and connected with that. And so we had some really spontaneous, really kind of deep comments that came from folks that have been struggling or are in that process right now of struggling. And so it has been a genuine joy just to be a part of this. And so we're grateful that we got to jump in with you guys. And man, I haven't had a chance to meet you, but I've kind of followed your work down there, and I love what you guys have done on this bench for all these years, and it's been such a great example for us. So thank you for that. We appreciate your leadership on that.
Yeah, we're glad that it's been a good tool, and glad that everyone could participate. And in the past couple of years, I've sat on the bench outside and done the same thing that you guys are doing, and this year it's been kind of a pleasure of action. So we're kind of running mission control here, and so we have a big room with a bunch of monitors and some TVs, and so we have all these different benches that are kind of playing around the room that we're switching back and forth from. And so it's been kind of cool just to kind of see what's happening and being able to enjoy, kind of communicating and joking around. I challenged a bunch of my friends to a push-up challenge across the country too. So I've been getting people to do some push-ups, across the country here and having some fun with it. And I was watching my friend Jack Crawley from Water Street sleep last night at 3 a.m. So I decided it'd be a good time to call him. Good call him in the middle of his
That's right.
his sleep, right? And I could see him wake up and check his phone and then click me off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I tell you, we're just kind of new to the Citygate network as far as getting connected, and it's been fun just to watch. On different calls, we were doing the CEO calls, and we were doing all the calls to get ready to come up to this piece. And what I really appreciate about Citygate Network is the camaraderie and the brotherhood, the sisterhood that exists, the willingness to be sharing of ideas and resources, but also to be able to have fun with one another. I mean, this is difficult work, and it's challenging work. And so to keep our sense of humor, we talk about it with our food pantry all the time. It's like, hey, we want you to come. We're weird over here. We want you to just come experience our weirdness, and so we're looking forward to really getting connected and growing within the Citygate network as we get really into this piece here pretty soon. So
yeah, well, that's great. It's certainly a great network of people, and I think that's the best part about it. You get to know some really, really great people along the way. So yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, thanks, man. I'm glad you're having a good event, and wish you the best of luck. And
thank you.
Closing out, you're on the home stretch now.
Yeah.
And hopefully you got a little bit of sleep last night, maybe.
Not a bit.
Not a bit. Yeah, I didn't either. I tried to lay down, but I can never sleep on these sinking things. But I always feel that when you start getting closer to that end date, that end time, you for some reason you just get a second wind. You kind of feel the momentum of the day, and
Yeah.
I don't know. The sun comes out, starts hitting you, and it just feels good. So
Yeah.
and I look forward to our prayer, or our concluding prayer. So
Sounds good. We'll look forward to it as well.
yeah.
All right.
Well, it's good meeting you. I hope to run into you at the next conference.
Absolutely. Same here. They're good to meet you.
You too.
All
Take
right,
care.
Take care.